chat. There we go. We got our chat. Pop out. Alright, yesterday we were working on a rig. Hello, Izzy. Starting a little late today. I was painting a figurine. Didn't want to walk away from it till I had it at a stopping point with it. It's just like, oh, it's time. But also, this is almost done. Okay. So we're gonna need to move this. Actually, let's go ahead and widen it out a little bit, even though it's not actually truthful to the shape it is. How's it going there in chat? Anything new to report? I don't have much myself. A lot of my personal news revolves around the stuff you see here. Cooked a patty melt, and then dreamt you were eating it again. Well, hopefully it was a good patty melt to make that a worthwhile thing. Simple life. Well, simple life. Simple life is good. Hard to argue with that. And then Shen. Just go to that there. This makes remind you of plastic children's cars with no brakes. Way terrifying. There's people inside these things. This is your forever home. Become one with the machine. Yeah, I like how Zeke's coming along here. He looks pretty good. Because this back view is just a little inconvenient, because it's like I want this there. Dear God in Havana. Dios míos. Yeah, look, if you want eternal life and to be connected to the internet at all times, Robot Body's the place to be. Guaranteed non-stop connectivity. Connectivity. Whether you want it or not. shark blares on the horizon. There is no escape. Goodness. I was lucky to dodge baby shark. I was... Until recently, I mean, the problem is that I was pretty vigilant about YouTube. Like I was well aware of all the problems the company is willing to cause for profits, and I was just like, I don't think our kids should be able to access YouTube without like a lot of supervision. And so we missed out. We didn't have to do Baby Shark for the most part. But my wife let him watch like Izzy's Toy Time. So didn't get totally away from YouTube. I still have to suffer through like, I don't know. Izzy's Toy Time is a little bit it's a lot obnoxious in my opinion. I just think that they're just like playing Roblox all the time, and they're like, their mom's got this crazy cackle laugh that she does. Could do without it in my life, but my son really likes it because they play video games that he doesn't get to play. He gets to see those video games. So it's good for him. Well, in his opinion anyway, it's good for him. An arms dealer selling guns to kids. Bright purple guns, bright blue. I mean, that is kind of what Nerf is, isn't it? That's like that's the gist of it. Not to get into the the controversy of products teaching our children or whatever, but I feel like it's fair to say that's what their core objective is to sell toy guns to kids. It's their product. They've gotten really sophisticated too. Like, I mean, they're like fully automatic. Whatever's now. You don't just like kill your friends with pew pew imaginary laser. You get like, you load up a Nerf minigun. The only thing about those things though is that they're just they're so dumb to like, once you use all the darts, you have to then go collect all the darts, and that's a chore nightmare. We actually have a laser tag set, and the laser tag I think is much better because You don't have to go collect any darts. What the heck is... Okay. I think I just didn't close the image. Close the things. Oh well. There's not a lot to color in. Yeah, I mean, Nerf guns are cool and everything, like, I think when you're a kid, but just, even when I was a kid, I feel like the big problem with the Nerf has always been collecting the darts. And there's just no way around that. Like, laser tag is the only practical way to do that stuff without having to then collect tons and tons of darts. That or, like, paintball, where you just don't care, and you're like, that's it, I'm done, I'm not gonna pick them up and put them back in the thing. Have the darts on a string. Yeah, there you go. On an elastic band, so that they snap right back from the... from the force of the... of the... Perfect. This little back chicken legs, kind of a nightmare. But okay. Get our thigh going over there. Shin. Foot knob. Front toes, which I apparently don't have the peg set correctly for those. And the heel. And then we got to start gradually dragging all this into the proper layer. That looks incorrect, but I don't... But I suppose it's not. That's how I did the other one. I think it looks incorrect because well, no, I guess it's fine because the feet face the other way. Is that an old-timey pop gun? Yes, that would be an old-timey pop gun, and you know, that worked back in the day. There's no reason why we shouldn't. Keep using the old-timey pop gun. It's fine. We just need a really long string. We should be working on increasing the old-timey pop gun thing. Well, I mean, that's the thing. My son is like only child, only grandchild, so I don't have to choose what toys he gets. everyone in the family, he's like the only child that anyone buys toys for. So like, he's drowning in toys is the answer, and they're not even toys that we buy. And he does, in fact, it's not that he loses interest in them so much. It's just that like once you drown a child in toys, they kind of like can't even remember what they have. So he's basically he's just got like a bazillion toys that were bought by relatives. Otherwise, like a lot of staples that you would imagine would go over well they tend to go over well. Like magnetiles are really good. Legos are good. Like things that kids like to build things. I think like toys that are like one static thing are actually not as well liked in my experience. Like they're cool for a little while, but like they're not as cool to the child as like stuff where they can build something new. It also takes your kid a little while. Like my son does build the Lego things himself. So he'll spend a lot of time on them, and that's a good, like that's a pretty reasonable thing to invest in. Gonna be a cool kid, or if he takes after his dad, a giant nerd. A giant opinionated nerd. We just kind of have to deal with these tragedies. They is what they is. The opinionated nerd outcome seems pretty likely. He's as it is pretty opinionated for a small child. Doing the shadows right. Kind of wondering with this, like, is that correct? Given what we have, I might be overdoing it on. Maybe that's a little better. Actually, while I'm at that, I might kind of do this to establish that, hey, there is some light. A little more depth. Yeah, so many kids are into Minecraft. I mean, you go, like, you just go down, you drop your kid off to elementary school or whatever, and it's like Minecraft merchandise everywhere. You just about cannot guess wrong with Minecraft. If you're like, will this kid like Minecraft? The answer is yes, this kid will like Minecraft. They all like Minecraft. Let me see, will I need to, yeah, I really do. Don't know why, but I got my hopes up for like, maybe I won't have to draw a hand. Maybe hands are over. Just never do hands again. Do nothing but guns on all the characters. Okay, well, we got actual fingers on this hand. Very messy. Something like that. Freaking hands. Oh, okay. Let's put that where it belongs, please. Hands are overrated. I mean, I've replaced his thumb with an antenna, so I mean, like, everything about this design is just completely inefficient and frustrating, but you know, we're it doesn't matter because it's gonna, like, we're just gonna gloss over the parts that don't work and focus on the ones that do work, and it'll be okay. We will pretend that we're not designing a robot that is just objectively dysfunctional in any way, in every way. His fingers are like metal tone, right? Yeah. This is not helping. There we go. Actually, this probably could be that. There we go. Okay, for whatever that's worth, that's there. This back view is very likely to get not a lot of use anyway. This is the Fabricator General of Mars. Now those guys are more like a big red mechanical octopus. Like you dress an octopus in bright red robes. You make sure that it's all made up of vacuum tubes. Boom, that's your Fabricator General of Mars. This is the company Repairman. Slightly different. Does that look right? Is that a little too big? It's a little too big. Oh yeah, it's for a game. I'm making an RPG game, and for a good RPG, you need good RPG characters, and that's what we're doing. We're making fun and interesting people to fill out our game world. This is one of the playable characters. But we're designing it all in rigs, so that way, we're creating a bunch of rigs, so that way we can just export as we need and do whatever kind of things we want with them. For example, we might do some cutscenes with the characters where, oh, for goodness sake, I keep doing this, I keep putting them in the wrong layer. Anyway, we might do some animated cutscene stuff. I'm not sure what we'll do with the characters, but the option is open at least. That was dumb. I should have. Was it dumb? Yeah, it was a little dumb. should have thought about what I was drawing before I finished drawing it. Oh well. I'll just erase some colors. And to break up the thing here, we kind of prefer to have not just a flat space, so we'll do that. It's just an air vent for who knows what purpose. Mainly just to not look like a box. It's some sort of tool. Okay, let me. Erase this, and honestly, this. Who's being done with that? Do for sure want some shadow on that, but all right, anyway. Well, look, you gotta get your stuff blessed by the priests, or otherwise your standard becomes unlucky, and you don't want to be unlucky in warfare. You'll get exploded. So it's perfectly reasonable, and you don't need to make fun of these men for staying current with their blessings. They're not wrong. My black went all the way down to the bottom. No. Go back to the top. Go to the top. I know you don't want to, but go. Yeah, we'll just do that. And we'll scoot this forward. Big old drill. Is that gonna be too big? That's a little too big. Let me just draw the cylinder instead. Too small. All right. That's okay. That'll work. I do kind of like, though, that like in Warhammer 40k, if you don't get your stuff consecrated, then there's a very real risk that, you know, it'll be taken over by demons. And, like, it sounds crazy, because it is crazy, but time and again, it's proven that not respecting the Emperor and not getting your stuff blessed turns it into demons. What am I doing? Trying to... Like, you can't make fun. It's gonna be demons. If you don't get it blessed, you gotta go get it blessed. You just have to. The men aren't wrong. Okay, that'll do. Drag stream. Yeah, I've been reading the Eisenhorn book, and as I mean, like, it's all meant to be, you know, parody, you can say, but with the amount of demonic incursions that Eisenhorn personally runs into, eventually the impression I get is just like, there's a demon around every corner, is what it starts to feel like. And, like, yeah, it would be one thing if it was, like, always Eisenhorn looking for demons. But, like, the man will just, like, be like, this morning I went to go get some chips at the shop, and I turned the corner, and there was a demon just standing right there. And that was how my day started. And so I started off my afternoon hunting down this demon. And that's how it's written. It's just like, it's just like, I rolled over in the morning and there was a demon in my bed, and I spent the rest of the day trying to hunt it. Like, he doesn't even go to them. They come to him. Like, at one point, he's like trying to find a friend of his. And he's just like, oh yeah, and they go to like a mining colony because that's where his friend last was. Demon will possess your microwave. Yeah, the fun thing about Warhammer 40,000 is that it's really not it's fantasy. Like, it's science. It's they call it science fantasy, but it's just a fantasy story. You know, it is, like, I don't understand the magic within my toaster, and it's like, the toaster runs on demon energy. I can never make another toaster, so if I lose this toaster, I must scour the galaxy for a replacement. It's the most valuable piece of technology in the... Just unbelievably important toaster. Seems incredibly mundane. It's operated with psychic energies. But it reminds me a lot, the book reminds me a lot of like an RPG game, like a role-playing game, just because it's like there's, you know, you've got your main character who for whatever reason, just does not die. Like, everybody around him dies, and then, like, he's just, like, fine. But that's kind of how Warhammer is, like, a lot of the time. You know, people who should be dead just aren't dead, and they make the whole thing about those guys. This one dude who just never dies. Hate the back view. Did Eisenhorn defeat a demon? See, I haven't gotten to that. I've gotten to the point where he kills a demon host by just, he gets a runic staff or whatever, and then just, like, blows up the demon host. But it's, like, kind of weird because the demon host wanted him to do it. Because the demon host was tired of being a servant, was just like, send me back to the warp, idiot. It's what I want. And that one was kind of a strange one because the entire time Eisenhorn's like, I don't know what you want, but I'll never cooperate with you. And then the demon host kept going like, but you already have Eisenhorn in the future. You just don't realize it. And then it turned out that he cooperated with the demon just by killing it. And that was their whole, like, that was it. Killed the demon. Which actually, I was a little let down by that reveal. Like, I thought that maybe the demon was gonna do something more clever, but it was really just like, kill me! I'm ready! I hate this. I hate being in the material. This sucks. I do like the theory of like there's no orcs outside the galaxy, but there are orcs. There are orcs next to that probe. They like intercepted it. They let the tracking part keep going. They were like, this is garbage. Just ejected that back out into space. So there's just like a little like self-powered card that's just floating off into space, but like the actual communication stuff the orcs used. Like, oh no, I need to track anything. Don't get it. This looks useful though. Well, there we go. We got to turn around. Now we got to do quarters. Quarter view. Rig making. I forgot to pop in the streaming channel. Here we go. Sprites. Zeek rig. Oh no, it's the rig. Images. Zeek sketch. Shortened it because I thought, hey, I only need these turnarounds. I forgot about the quarter views. So canvas size, we're going to increase, I don't know, by like 2 200. Nope. Let's just make this like 2000. Okay, before I get started on this, I might use the restroom and then get a little more coffee. Right here, we'll start by drawing the circle for our head. And let's see if this is like where our three-quarters views. Oh no, okay. So we want him to be like here. It's a little shorter though. A little stubbier. Great big eyeballs. Great big friendly eyeballs. We're so happy to be here. Look at his goggles. Something like that, somewhere in there. And then he's gonna have like a little thin piece, but then on his side is kind of where. So go use the restroom, but first let me draw the entire sketch, I guess. Stuff like this is why people use 3D animation a lot more now. Like I was like, all right, sweet, we're done with this turnaround, and then I kind of remembered like, oh no, actually, we are not. Let me see. I think that this kind of like strut piece is gonna have to go back a little ways. A little narrower even. This also is out of perspective. On here, yeah, 2D animation is really nice for a lot of stylistic stuff. You can still do, like, people are starting to figure out how to do a lot of the stylistic 2D things in 3D, though. and that's kind of why it's being replaced so much. Is there's advantages to cost associated with switching, but I don't really know how to do 3D animation. I would have to learn it as a new skill. And I probably could export the file to here. With this. Yeah, with this, I guess that should come up a little bit. I think you can probably export like a 3D file into 2D files, and you have sprites, and they'd be like 2D 2D sprites that way. See here, we want our feets, our feetses kind of like back here, which means we want our legs, which I've been a little bit lazy about drawing in the sketches, to be like so. Legs will come forward. He's got very boxy feet. Just something like that. It's kind of, I think that's about in the neighborhood. What do I want for that? Yeah, I mean, kind of the stuff with all this is as soon as you get a tool that's more effective than what you're already using, a lot of people just switch over, because Gmod was not really intended for animation to start, and then as soon as you get something that does what Gmod does for animation, you'd have to be crazy not to go with that and use that instead. So yeah, Unity's kind of taken over animation a lot, because you design one character rig, and then you've got your whole, you don't have to do this 360 turnaround. You don't have to redraw character parts or anything. So there's a lot of advantages to 3D animation right now. I think 2D animation is expensive enough. I'm not really sure if it would be like you would expect there to be any kind of comeback in the future. Something would have to make it a lot cheaper. They also do hybrid 2D and 3D animation. Yeah, a lot of Flash animators are gone. But I mean, that's because Flash was the most effective way, the most bandwidth effective way to get stuff on the internet, to get video on the internet for a while there, and that is no longer the case. It is now. You can do WebMs and stuff like that and get MP4 quality into a WebM. WebMs look really good for how small they are, for the level of compression they get now. So it's pretty, I feel like it's pretty impressive how little you need. Like used to be Flash was the only way. Now you really don't need it. Let me see here. It's a little too much. Let's see, where should this come up at? Because it's got to come up somewhere. There, maybe. Look like this has to. Look at this back view. It's like, okay, that is the. What else am I doing with this? I've got this like cod piece thing going on. So we'll get that. Eyeballs. Stretch that out a little further. A little hat looking thing. This looks a little too snub-nosed still. Let's extend it out a little further even. A little too snubby. Something kind of like that. That's okay. I feel like we need to be taller or squished it a little bit more. There we go. Big Google-eyed fella. Yeah, all the robots are supposed to be that way. They're your friends. They're your teammates. They're there to help you. So I'm kind of hoping that they'll all be nice and expressive in the game. I mean, Zeke especially. Like, Zeke's your repair dude. He's supposed to be. fixing you up in fights and everything else. He also doesn't really like leadership, so he lets you be in charge. We got like this here, and our feet are gonna be like just kind of in here, so got our thigh comes down and something like that. Something to that effect. And the other foot's gonna go kind of the other way. Like here, I guess. Here's a reasonable spot for it. So our other foot's gonna be like here, the thigh. Maybe more like that. Sort of like that. I suppose we're gonna have to like look a little bit. That looks a little short now. I just like bring him up, have him stand up a little bit more. A little higher. That'll make him look less short. Oops, try to get out of here, selection. I think that kind of does it. That should be okay, I think. A little keychain. I mean, I guess if the game does really well, I could like. He would. I guess the robots would make good keychains and stuff like that. They would be cute keychains. Zeke's got a decent color scheme too. This is the main character you'll play as over here. You can see him on the screen. He's also a big Google-eyed dude, but he's got it's white and red with a claw hand and a gun. But that would be kind of nice to. Oh no, I'm saying over here we've got a gun. This is like he's got like a power screwdriver. Zeke does. Zeke has like a power screwdriver. Alright, we're gonna drag this over. Because we are gonna need to drop in our hero here. Oops. So that we can kind of line up the sketch. Canvas size. Oops, no. Go back. Is it Alt? Oh, go back. export that. It should update over in the program Harmony. So, protogen, but less horrific. Did it not automatically update? Okay. It must make its own sort of thing. Okay, luckily, happily, looks like the perspective of our hero here is about this perspective of the sketch, so that means I got it. Let's back that up so that it's a little easier. I got the legs not quite in the right spot. Okay, we'll make that a little bigger. Bring him down a smidge. Take him over just a little bit. Actually hits pretty close. Pretty close. But that's good though, since we're reusing the shadow. Oh, for a second there I thought his insides vanished, but just the pink of the sketch. Okay, but anyway though, I'm gonna use the restroom and get some more coffee. I remembered I was going to wash my sheets, so I'm going to get those taken care of real quick while I'm getting the coffee. By sheets, I mean all the bedding. Does not insider trading. I mean, technically, your team never has the money to actually buy stock, so there's no insider trading. Okay. There we go. All right, so let me go ahead and get rid of basically everything. Oh, these little pieces. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. All right. As the kid, I mean, they're kind of on the internet. They're like, kids these days are on the internet a lot younger than they used to be, for sure. We have Zeke set up here. Guess you could kind of see that. He doesn't have like a presence on the internet or anything like that, though. I'd really like to keep him off of social media for as long as possible. I mean, if social media keeps on going in the predatory fashion it has been, forever would be pretty good. I think, like, him never being on social media would be okay. Because I just don't see, like, as a parent, where would the advantage ever come? I mean, I guess like he can communicate with his friends and everything, which is why he'll want to use it. But I mean, also it's like it's going to try to drive a wedge between him and his friends by encouraging them to have negative conversations about everything. I think haven't they put out Your 7-year-old nephew showed you a gore video from Ukraine. Yeah, I try to supervise internet use. For the most part, if he's doing anything, it's just like Minecraft, and not with other people. It's mostly with himself or with me. And actually, it's led to I developed or I didn't develop, but we have a mod that we play with called Tetra. And Tetra's nice because it solves a lot of the problems that Minecraft has with like repairs not being very well thought out or anything like that. You kind of repair everything by... Oh, hang on, that's not supposed to be green actually. Or that is supposed to be green actually. You repair everything in Tetra by finding materials it's made out of. Give me. Hello, Legendario. I'm up to date. You gotta get up to date. You gotta watch the Not D&D podcast. Watch the Not D&D podcast, get yourself up to date on that, and then you're fine. Then you're good. Then you're good. You can do whatever you want after that. It's the mod would be a decent teaching tool if he, what can I say, really used it. He doesn't much. He kind of prefers creative mode. So like when he's on his own devices, he's just like, I'm playing in creative, and he just like murders things, grinds them up into little monster bits. What can I say? He's a little boy. It's the game he'd rather play. Oh, I was gonna change the subject, but yeah, I mean, like, Minecraft could be like Lego, but I mean, like, imagine if you could kill everything in Lego, and then that's I think where the appeal comes in, because it's like I can build things and then I destroy everything, and you know, he feels like the master of his own domain. Kids are told what to do so often, they kind of enjoy that. That feeling of power. But anyway, so they're gonna say, I don't know if any of you guys follow Litterbox Comics, but I see that they're currently trying to advertise a Kickstarter for an animation. It's one of those things, I don't know why. Like, I get wanting to do an animation, because, you know, I've done it myself. Been one of these poor fools. But it's so expensive, and the idea of, like, I feel like as soon as you say to yourself, like, okay, I'm gonna kickstart an animation, you're in really shaky territory, because, like, how are you gonna honestly get it done? Like, there's not a lot of money in it. Because who else has done kickstarted animations? I feel like maybe Vibsy Pop? Was she kickstarted or was she not? Is there something over there that... Why does that do that? Is there nothing? There's nothing over there. Why is it so long? Oh, it doesn't matter. It feels so rare to me to see like an animated Kickstarter that actually worked out, just because it's so expensive to make an animation, and the Kickstarter backers, I feel like, are often not anticipating how much time and money would have to go into it. I want to say maybe Lackadaisy. Yeah, so the thing about like Vivsy doing maybe that's blank. Vivsy doing animation though is that like Vivsy can animate, and so when Vivsy is like, okay, I'm doing an animation, and I'm pretty sure she probably did, but like it's common for them to not make any money, but that's kind of okay because they are after like, well, I'm gonna get it done, and it's not necessarily like, oh, I'm gonna get it done on just the Kickstarter money, but having the Kickstarter money makes it possible to sort of make a lot of fast progress. And then whatever's left that still has to be done, you just do. There was a SWAT cat for a 2-minute pilot. See, a 2-minute pilot for 100,000, I could believe that. Like, that seems reasonable, only 2 minutes. I can't, it doesn't seem like a very much of a pilot, to be fair, but I can see it anyway. I could be like, yeah, all right. Is there a flip drawing? I feel like I never. Dang it. Okay. Made a tactical error here, but okay. But I don't know what's going on. It's weird with the Letterbox comics, because I don't think that author has animated before. So if it runs out of money, if they don't make enough money, what would they do to complete the project? Unless, I guess, whoever they're hiring just goes out of pocket. Seen furries do well. You're banking on the furry stuff. Lackadaisy received 330,000. Lackadaisy, that must have been, man, for them to get Lackadaisy done, the Lackadaisy animation. I watched that, and the cost on that must have been silly, because that was not a cheap product. So there's no way 30,000, because how long was Lackadaisy? That was like 10 minutes or something? Lackadaisy was like 10 minutes. And then they ran it and got it done. So it's only apparently 300,000. But I know that was one reason there were some complaints I saw, because it was like, yeah, the animation got done, but also the comic certainly didn't get done, because they had to work on the animation for a long time. So it was kind of like, I don't know. I had to balance time a lot. But I do also feel like the comic creator, it's got to be something like saying like, oh man, I would really love to do a cartoon. That's got to be something like, if you've never done a cartoon before, you're like, yeah, a cartoon, that'd be so cool. And you there's like, it's so easy to underestimate how much time and work it would take to do the cartoon. You're just like, yeah, get super jazzed about it. I'm gonna do cartoon. The truth is, there's nothing but suffering. We never got Cluster Bun. Are you referring to Tiara's project that he was teasing for a while? Because a lot of people probably wouldn't know about this. Vold over in Twitch was talking about Cluster Bun was, yeah, okay. Yeah, so Tiara Y, if you guys are familiar with Tiara Y, he was talking for a long time. He would occasionally come in and talk about this project he was working on called Cluster Bun, or I don't know if that was a working title or what. And that was like something that was kind of went through idea and development hell for a long time. I believe it's still there. Last time I saw it, the bunnies had been changed into sheep, and then it was other stuff. But I personally think it's just because it's the idea phase is like pretty easy to get into. You get into like, all right, this is what I would like to do. But then when you have to sit down and start doing the animation, it's you know, it's just the work phase, and it's kind of like at that point, either your idea is solid or it's not, because it's going to become reality. DR had some good ideas for Cluster Bun, or whatever. He had some fun script ideas. So it's not like it'll, you know, it's impossible that we'll ever see it, but yeah, I do feel like what might have happened there was just, it was like, oh no, it was a legitimate animation. So yeah, Tiara does a lot of porn, so it's understandable to then be like, oh, was it pornography? No, it wasn't porn. Tiara was planning to do an animation, and it was kind of fun. It was about these bunny rabbits in space, and they were clones, and they were supposed to be. Oh, there we are. They were clones, and they were meant to be like doing experiments and stuff to test out various products or whatever, and it was kind of fun. So there was like one. It was like they had to assemble a killbot, and it was like a test. It was supposed to be like a do-it-yourself killbot. You take the killbot home. It's a killbot for all ages, you know, meant to be foolproof, and of course they give it to the bunny rabbits because they're kind of dumb, and it's like, is it really foolproof though? And so they build it, and it, of course, it kills them all. And that was one of the more straightforward ones. There was one that I liked where they had like a dog, like they were creating like it was a dog that wanted to play fetch all the time, but it had developed mind control powers somehow, and so like one of the bunnies just got stuck playing fetch, and they couldn't stop until the dog was ready to stop, and the dog was never ready to stop playing fetch. So the only way she could like get out of it was by committing suicide and being cloned somewhere else. So it was like a weird. That one was actually a funny one. It was a sample script idea. That was a really good one. I would have liked to see the dog clone thing. That would have been a fun one. Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen any non-pornographic content from Tiara. They mostly focused on. They've also been going through a lot though in their personal world, like. There's all kinds of stuff going on. I don't know how much. Like it's not like it's like. Yeah, I don't know. I would like to talk. I don't know if I would be like considered personal stuff or what. So we'll just leave it at that. But there's nothing like it's not like a scandal. It's just sort of like man life. Should have drawn this before I filled in the face. Use the restroom again. Okay. Anyway, one of the things that was cool about that cluster bun project is that they had the little world that they lived in drawn out, and it was like a bunch of asteroids with glass domes built into them, and then they were all chained together with these like giant, supersized iron chains, and so it was kind of like it was pretty metal. I don't know. How do I want to do this? Because Rainbow Dash presents feature-length film. I mean, probably never. The YouTube stuff is still not really doing well as far as stuff we make, and I mean it all probably is partly to do with the fact that I just never really play the algorithm games and haven't ever really liked them. But the Where Are We stuff has not been it, like there's not growth or anything like that. Mostly it's just it's declining in viewership. So like the latest Where Are We did worse than the ones previous. But we're kind of not in it for at the moment. The Where Are We stuff, it's really sort of like we're not really doing it in the expectation that YouTube's gonna be there for us, because at this point we're kind of like we're a little too wise to this whole system to be like, yeah, you know, like they're totally gonna be helping us succeed. It's like, no, we know YouTube's not really about that. So we're gonna keep doing. We're gonna finish off the Where Are We stuff, or at least that's the current plan. And if like the last of its viewership is, you know, 10 people, then that's what it is. Well, I mean, it doesn't. The system doesn't really tell anybody when we put new stuff out there. Like it is gradually just kind of burning out every subscriber that we have, or filtering them out. So it's like we got a decent number of notifications on the first one, and then fewer notifications on the second one, and so on. But that again is just very in the style of YouTube, to always be, at least as far as we're concerned, is to always be providing less promotion to us, anyway. To the point that it's kind of what I just expect. And so when we get into stuff like, oh, there are best practices for YouTube, it's like, yeah, there are best practices for YouTube. But also, I don't know if I really want to compromise anything. Just to meet their practice, like their expectations, the company expectations. Yeah, it is unfortunate to put in a ton of work on something and then have the viewership, you know, just not be there. But I think that it's really common right now in the industry to just have everything be algorithmically driven, because it's cheaper for the companies to do that. Like I saw complaints, I think from Craig McCracken about his shoot, what was the show about the kid superhero? What was that one? We watched it, and my son actually liked that one. He really liked Papa G. But it was like a show about superhero kid. Something, I don't know, but I think the complaint was that like they were like, oh, it's not doing well. The turnaround's too long to get easy data. Oh yeah, it's hard for them to. Yeah, they can't really harvest data very well. And like if you're doing animations, one thing that'll kill it, that'll really kill a channel is if you do animations about different things or about like, you know, different subjects. Sometimes it can help build the channel up in case people like if people come to watch it. But then if they like come in, they're really only interested in. Like, say, for example, you do something about Star Wars, and then people are really only interested in seeing more Star Wars, then you're in trouble, because now that's all you can do. But no, I was seeing... Craig McCracken, he did his superhero thing. And supposedly Netflix took it and they were just like, yeah, it's not doing well. But they didn't like... They weren't like, oh yeah, our advertising for it was really bad. Because they did no advertising for it. They were just like, it's algorithmically doing poorly. Because we put it in the algorithm and people are not watching it on the algorithm. So we're just going to let it die. So even on stuff like Netflix, that's become the industry standard is just to like, I don't know, let stuff die on whether or not it does well algorithmically. And it's strange because like just because something does bad in an algorithm, it doesn't really mean that there's no audience. But it does mean that a company would have to like invest into something, and that's where that I think is where they will be like, no, it's dead to us. Like, I don't know about everybody had they seen it, but as far as like, oh, are we gonna have to spend money on this? I think that's where companies are now just being like, yeah, we don't want to like invest into something. We don't like want to make things. We just want to kind of like make money. Yeah, you branch out and he's the main character now because he's got the goggles. That's how you know he's the main character. But I don't know. I think that's the attitude that a lot of companies are in now. Is it's kind of like they just don't want to they don't want to make products. They want to make money. And so, anytime you tell them like, okay, you're going to have to invest into making this product work, they say like, well, that's not really the business that we're running anymore. And it's a bizarre. Like, it's not just animation. That's like the whole country at this point. Like, you just don't get to have good products anymore. We don't make them, we make money. We are living in the RoboCop hellscape. Yeah, well, I mean, like all the cyberpunk stuff it's always like it's never like this was far away. Like, oh, what are the odds? It's always been like it's there. They'll get us to that. It's not like super impossible to become a corporate hellscape. We just have to give them enough political power. And they got it. Like, they got that political power. I mean, like, they started getting it back in the 90s when RoboCop was big. So it's really not that far-fetched that RoboCop or any other thing predicted this was going to be a problem. Oh, whoops. Where did I put my lines? Oh. Maybe it'll change at some point. Yeah. Well, what Petter up these days does these days is he works for like he does an animation. He's got his own kind of animation studio thing going on right now, and he'll do work for the fire department and stuff like that, like PSAs for the fire department. We talked about this. We've also talked about the corporate stuff, but we can put the counter on like ranted about corporation. We'll put that counter to 0 again. We did it again. This is about companies. I am angry about companies. Yeah, what? No. Don't worry about it. I go off on like corporate stuff on a hair trigger. It's like you didn't start anything. Any regular will tell you. Like I'm waiting at the drop of a pin to be like corporate America. Let me tell you, corporations these days. Yeah, well, the industry's in a tough spot right now as far as like animation and entertainment goes. It really is very much like everything's gone over to streaming, and then that's all kind of gone over to like Netflix has set the pace for that whole model, and the pace that they've set is like, what if we didn't do profit? What if we just worked at a loss until all of our competitors were dead? And now you have companies that are kind of like, okay, and they've been doing that for a long time because it's like, oh, Disney is doing that now, and Fox is doing that now, and Netflix has been doing it for a while. And it turns out no, they can't all do that. They can't like all just not make money. So they're at this point it's kind of like, what are they going to do? Like, what's really practical? Yeah, Netflix said that their goal was to replace TV, but they do it in that tech industry way where it's like, we don't need money. What we need is power. And then once they get enough power, in theory, they'll dominate the market. And it's just like not. Like, it's not a healthy form of competition. Because, I mean, like, okay, so suppose they take over. Like, all right, what if they succeed? I mean, like, that's kind of the worst case scenario, is that they succeed. Because then they're the only game in town because they've killed everybody else. So it's really bizarre. And I mean, like, this has become just how things are done. But yeah, it's not a good, it's just not a healthy market. Having everything just be like Monopoly or die. Because there's got to be things that compete on the basis of, okay, I want to make like a good product that people want, as opposed to I just want to be like the most dominant. Well, Steam works for consumers, but not really for sellers. And it only kind of works for consumers insofar as, like, I feel like you don't know what you're losing. They're all kind of like that, where you do have like, okay, so Steam is good. Like, it's been a pretty reasonable service for consumers to use. But I don't really know, like, when you get into like, okay, so the sellers are paying like 30% to be in a heavily monopolized system where they have very little control. It's harder to make profit. The advertising is all done by the monopoly, really, or any. I mean, like, the monopoly takes 30%. That's rough. Like, that's really rough for a company. And that's why there was the Epic Games sued the Apple Store. I'm looking at that now, where like Apple's gonna take 30% of Patreon donations just because they can. And so it gets to be like, are you losing a lot of stuff and you just don't realize it? Like, are there a lot of companies that can't really get into the market just because of how impractical it is under those conditions? Because that's a lot of political power to be giving to even like something which people may regard as a pretty good service, like Steam. Like the other thing I feel like is a lot of these companies now they take like a pretty good amount of they like a good cut of profits, and that used to be okay back when they also did a lot of heavy lifting for advertising and stuff like that, like when you could trust them to show you to people. So like YouTube right now takes 40% of all advertising revenue, but then they are the advertising company, so they weirdly like expect you to then turn around and invest your 40% into advertising for your own product, and they won't necessarily advertise for you anymore unless you're like algorithmically fitting their expectations. And that I mean, like that right there, like, so okay, that's definitely killing things. Like there's no way that that's not harming companies. And so Steam, like Steam just being like, yeah, we're going to take 30% of all sales, but then you have to do all your own advertising and we just get to benefit from your advertising. Like it's they make their money one way or the other. It doesn't matter to them. But then you really kind of get nothing out of that deal except for the fact that it's the monopoly. And so you sort of have to be on their service whether you like it or not. I mean, otherwise you just miss out on all the important consumer base that they have. You're talking about like the NFT games. I thought Steam banned NFT games though because they were polluting it so bad that it was actually making the indie game section completely impossible to use, and even for Steam's monopoly, it was hurting people enough that people were just starting to not visit the page anymore because it's like, well, what's on here? Trash, garbage. Yeah, well, the idea of making money from YouTube is it's definitely a lot less likely than it used to be. Like for sure, there's no. I mean, it is all just kind of like gambling. It's not like you make a really good product and then get like, oh, I'm gonna get a bunch of viewers. It's kind of just like, I did a hit what the algorithm wanted. I don't know what the algorithm wanted, but it was me. It was me. I did it. I was what they wanted. I don't know. I will rant and I will rant about these. I will rant every day. I will rant until I'll rant until Apple's no longer taking a bunch of my Patreon donations. They haven't even started yet, and I'm still mad about it because it's gonna happen. I don't know. For a little while, people used to like protest it and be like, "Oh, you can't do this," but now I think everybody's just gotten so beaten down. It's like a company comes in, they're like, "We're taking all the money," and everyone's just like, "Yes, you would." But anyway, this is why we have a theoretical Greg complained about corporations counter, because they do it a lot. It's the subject of many of my works. Gets to be a monotonous drum. I'll be honest, even I get a little sick of it, you know. Yeah, I just gotta write a newsletter about it or something like that. Maybe I could become an economist, and then I could professionally complain about the economy. So that's why I went wrong. Shouldn't have been an animator. I should have gone to school to study the economy and then be like, it's bad. The economy is very bad right now. Very bad economy. What kind of economist would I be? I don't know. I've never thought about it before. It's like a whole discipline of. There's a whole economy surrounding the profession of economics. I assume that they must all be rich because they've studied how to make money and how money works. Right? This is like basic stuff. They must all be fantastically wealthy. He met an economist at McDonald's and he was interested in machine learning, says Vold. So many choices. I like that statistic that shows that the top traders usually don't outperform an index fund. That's one that that cracks me up. It's like, this is my job. To lose more money than someone who's not paying attention to the market, really. Such a strange field. I mean, it's very logical that people would go into it. It's like this is the most important one of all of them. You can't do anything without money, and it's like, how does it all work? How do we? And they're like, I have no idea. I'm still working on that. I'm still studying it. It keeps changing. It won't stop moving around. As soon as I think I got it figured out, it does something else. This little knob on the quarter view is too big. Yeah, well. I'll accept it though. Investors must consult with the top traders to help feel good about the choices they've made. And that's how you know you're a trading expert, is you got to talk to other trading experts. And you all agree on the same advice, which is that someone should talk to an economist before they do anything. Economists should be paid more. Universally agreed upon by all economists. We're all economists our own special way. That's true. Balls on these feet are definitely too big. I would like to add some more highlights to this. Let's get them on every other turnaround. It's got toes. I have read that people trying to beat the spread is kind of essential to the survival of index funds, though. Like index funds, if everybody invested into index funds, it's something like the markets would stagnate or something like that, and then index funds would not be very effective. So it's kind of like we can thank the day traders for index funds being good. I go back to oracles. There's the restroom. It's actually about lunchtime. I think I'll go ahead and get some lunch. In fact, all right, 12:45. Yeah, about 12:45. Okay, I'm gonna go get some lunch. Be back about 12:45. Okay. All right, I am back. Hello, Lex. Okay, so we need to put arms on this robot. Losing work hours today. I've been started working on a model. I play a tactical game called A Song of Ice and Fire. I've talked about it in previous streams. But I got a model I started painting, and I like the way that they looked, but I just hadn't gotten around to painting it yet. And I like how the painting is coming out, but he needs a little bit of green stuff behind his arm. Lunch was okay. Not a lot to report. Not a lot to report there. But anyway, though, I got that green stuff behind his arm taken care of. And it was time to start painting, and then it's easy to lose track of time while painting. It's the same thing as working on this sort of thing. You just you look up and you're just like, oh my goodness, the hours have gone by. I always think art and being an artist, it's one of those really strange careers where it's kind of like a lot of times you talk to artists and you're like, oh, what do you do for fun? They're like, oh, I like to draw. You know, and that's how they get to be good artists, is because they love to draw so much that they do it for their job and also for their free time. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. Do you have any other hobbies? Nah. Some of them acknowledge that it's maybe a problem, and then others are just like, that's okay. I'm fine with it being a problem. If this is my problem, I'm happy. And it's like, oh, I'm all done drawing. I guess I'll go paint. But also, I like the war games just because I love tactical games. Song of Ice and Fire is actually really good about it. The rules are free and everything. You can just go online and pick them up. The company doesn't always balance everything really well, but for some reason they never do. No company ever does. But one thing that really drives me crazy about Carabella's play. Actually, speaking of Carabella, is he still around? I feel bad about watching a game dev stream after work. Like, that's the thing, is it's like, you know, you talk to artists who are just like, oh man, I really love this stuff I do, and they just keep doing it. You know, it's like, I get home, I don't see any reason to stop. I'll just keep it up. It's like, oh, it was a good day of drawing. It's like that joke that the German gets home from a day of working on the forklift and then plays forklift simulator. You're like, ah, yes, time to relax. Yeah, Carabella's still here. So yeah, so we got a new guy, Carabella. He goes by generic name, and so he's oh, you're in here. Hello. Yeah, you got to get in and play the new guy. Yeah, you got to get. Oh, I'm not hearing you there.
Sorry, what? About the new guy?
Oh, you gotta get in. You gotta get in and play the new guy. We have a new guy.
Oh, who's the new guy?
Generic name is the new guy.
Oh, I saw him on the server. Yeah.
Yeah.
How's he doing? Is he alright?
Yeah, he's doing okay. He's playing Greyjoys.
Ah, oh, Greyjoys. Oh.
Yeah. I thought it was funny because he was like looking at him, And he saw Balon, and he's just like he goes, Greg, when would I ever like not use Balon? And I was like, it's funny you should say that. Like,
How is he Charlie's generic name?
Yeah, he's generic name. Oh, there he is, Charlie's generic name. There he is. Yeah.
There you go. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, I was just saying. I thought it was funny that that you asked me that, because like Balon is one of those. He's like a problem in CU, so it was kind of a crack up that like day one, you looked at that and you were like, this seems like a balance problem. And it's kind of like the players of the game have been saying that for ages.
It's a balance problem until someone just like counters it, which you can do in one of the decks that you maybe play. So
yeah, well, Elena can stop it, and Tommen can stop it, but that doesn't make it okay. Like, that doesn't make it cool. It's
pretty good if you can't stop it. It's like, oh, now I just have another guy. Great.
Yeah, it's like an extra 7 points of units that you just have, and they appear in your rear every time. It is awful.
Best place, yeah.
Yeah, the best place for them to be. It's so weird that they do that. That they're just like, yeah, this unit just brings a dead unit back to life.
Yeah, I mean, they die quickly, the Greyjoys, right? So it's kind of like you got to get in, and I don't know. There's other options, if I remember correctly, which are kind of interesting. But yeah, you pick that because it's like the obvious go-to, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is. It's like the you've got like a 5+ save on your silenced men, but it's like, that's all right, because as soon as they die, they're coming right back, and it's gonna be behind you. Anyway, though, I've been painting. I've got the Stone Tribe guys, the Shaga's men. I bought a box of those for the store, and their models actually look really good. But they're a crack up because they must have gone through some kind of weird revision when they were being designed. Because, like, for one thing, they have insight, and for some reason, Simon really, they think that insight is like one of the top abilities. They very frequently charge 2 points for it when it's on an attachment, and it's like once per round you get vicious, and that's kind of all it is. So it's like the worst keyword once per round, and it's so bad, but they charge so much for it.
I guess it depends on which deck you're running against, because vicious could be useful, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, yeah. Like, I guess if you're running against a Bolton or a Lannister,
you're good against the Greyjoys, am I right?
Only until you get your pillage tokens, and then your morale goes up to 5 or 4.
I think I played the Greyjoys like once or twice, and after they did the change, and then I was like, I've already figured these guys out. It's boring. Just like switched out. But I probably didn't figure them out. I just thought I was doing all right. They're quite. I remember them being very aggressive.
Generic actually did really good with them using Baelor because he's got hardened, and so you put him in like your silenced men or whatever, and they are hard to kill. And then you finally kill them, and Balon brings them back to life. It's a very confusing character. This is Balon, and this is Baelor, and that is.
Oh yeah, I used Euron because I wanted to get the tokens quicker. That was a strategy. Yeah.
Generic also used Euron, but out of like for Euron, because he's like the crazy weird guy from over the hills.
Apparently, he's very interesting in the books, but no spoilers, I guess.
Is he not interesting in the show?
Maybe if you like butt jokes, he's really funny.
Is that it? What does vicious do? Oh, okay. So you'll appreciate this, Iffy. So in the game of Ice and Fire, whenever you attack an enemy and they take wounds, like they lose a guy from their squad, they have to take a panic test. And if they fail the panic test, then you roll a d3, and up to a d3 worth of men will run from the battlefield from that unit. Now, the way you do a panic test is you roll 2 dice, and you're trying to hit a certain target. The overwhelming majority of units have a 5+ save, so on 2 dice you're trying to hit a 5. Now you may notice that pretty well stands in favor of the unit rolling the morale test. They don't usually run away. What vicious does is it inflicts a -2 penalty to the roll. So if they roll a 5, it becomes a 7, and they would fail it. It would become a 3, and they fail it. It goes the other way. So if you roll under, you fail. So vicious, though, the reason it's so bad is it's like a +2 to the roll, or a -2 to the roll, and that means that there's only like a 20% chance, I think it is, that vicious makes a difference to the roll, because they would have to miss the roll by 1 or 2 points for vicious to matter. So mechanically speaking, vicious is like one of the weakest abilities that you can get.
It's not great. I mean, when you're playing against, for instance, what is it? The Daenerys faction. Like everybody has
the Dothraki, yes.
Yeah, the Dothraki. It's just so like,
yeah.
Oh wow, you made the dragon slightly more intimidated.
Yeah.
It doesn't care.
Yeah, because the dragon has a 2+ morale, which you normally can't fail. So you make it's like, okay, so the dragon has to roll under a 4, and it like never does, even if you're vicious.
Then it's like, well, not everybody's a dragon, right? It's like, well, not everyone's a dragon, but everyone has pretty high morale, so you're not really changing much. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a pretty it's really bad, but they seem on like they charge a buttload for panic related abilities. They just treat them like oh god, this is the ability, and it's so weird that they do.
Yeah, it's the difference between what is it like I was just reading, like I think the Unsullied Pikemen have a 4+. It's like
yeah.
What is that in percentage wise? It's like, I don't know, you have a 30% chance to make them panic versus like a 50% or a 45 or something. I don't know, whatever it is. But like the point is that it's not a meaningful difference, whereas you could get something in another group like vulnerable or something which could potentially completely kill a unit outright.
Yeah. So the other if you one of the things that a lot of people do is they like to run Victarion and Newt, because like Newt, it counts as Victarion, and but that's anyway, though, get in the math of all this. So the magic number for failing a panic test is 8. If you're trying to roll an 8, then odds are like 60% you'll fail it. And so any kind of list that is trying to cause panic is trying to reduce their enemy to an 8. And the problem is that a lot of times that you need, because 5 is the most frequently seen number, that means that in any game where you're hoping to actually reduce someone's morale, you have to reduce it by 3. Vicious reduces it only by 2. And again, it's strange because, like, okay, even if you have vicious, only about 20% of rolls would be impacted by vicious in a meaningful way.
Like, the problem is like, it's like, yeah, it's a... Let's say, right, you get the perfect situation and you get the corpse pile, and it's like, haha, I managed to get the corpse pile and they didn't stop me. And then you've got your -3, and it's like, okay, that's great. Now you have a higher chance of getting 1 to 3 wounds when you do this. It's like, wow, that's not
I
as
mean,
impressive as it could be. It's like it's a bit disappointing.
like those 1 to 3 wounds can matter, but they just so rarely do though. I mean, like they.
I mean, I find that when it happens, like for instance at the start of the game, you sort of go, "Oh, fantastic! This is something to heal," and then you just like heal it, and it's like, "Oh well, what's the point?"
Yeah, at the start of the game, it doesn't matter, and then it'll be like on an important charge where you really care.
True.
Yeah. But unless you got like a really meaningful charge action, it doesn't actually matter that much. The other thing you can do is you can get intimidating presence, which increases the number of wounds a person suffers if they fail the test, and then that's kind of the best way to do panic. And so, like the Harlaw Reapers, for example, give a +1 to the wound, and then they give like I think a -3 to it. Yeah, and so okay, so for comparison, that's vicious, and vicious is like there's a lot of wiggling around like when is this useful and is this statistically ever going to be useful. But then sundering will cause your opponent to roll -1 to their armor, and it works like Warhammer used to. I don't know how it still does.
Came from Valdemar Valley. Okay, hold on, I can read it. Valdemar Vavolya, saying, going from 5 to 7 is an extra 25% chance of failure. Going from 5 to 8 is an extra 42% chance. That's quite significant. It's just a shame that 42% chance is for 1 to 3 wounds, which is like. but yes, this could be useful.
Well, again, though, you have to look at the result, because like the roll ultimately doesn't like the roll being a -2 doesn't get the result, right? Like the result you want is you fail it and then you lose guys, right? Because unless they lose guys, it doesn't matter. So if they roll boxcars, they pass it. If they roll a 7 and they got a 5 with fish, they pass it. You know, if it's an 8, they pass it. All the results are the same to you. Like all the results where they pass, same to you. All the results where they fail, also same to you. Those are the ones you want, naturally, but if they fail, it's the same number of wounds no matter what. So going from 5 to 7, it does increase the odds of failure by like 25%, and that's like not meaningless, but that's only a 25% chance that the die, like that the ability mattered.
Like so, there's other options that might be better just on the face of it, so you just go for those instead at that point.
Yeah, you always pay for the abilities, and they price vicious as being equal to sundering. And what sundering is sundering makes it to where your opponent rolls 1 less on all of their armor rolls. And so it's just a single die thing. You'll hit your opponent like 7 times, and you say, okay, roll armor 7 times. And if they have a 4+ armor, then they'll save half of those. But with sundering, it becomes a 5+ armor, so they got to roll 5 up. So instead, they only save a third of them. And so if you do like a lot of wounds, if you do 7 wounds or 10 wounds, like 7 is the most common attack profile, then you wind up causing like 2 or 3 more wounds from sundering, just because that's how the math works. And because it's more dice, it's more reliable. The bell curve is more reliable.
Yep. My personal opinion, Vicious is okay, I guess. But you know what's really good? Vulnerable and Weakened. Those 2, fantastic.
Vulnerable and Weakened. Yeah.
Weakened, it's amazing. Oh my god, I love it. I love just throwing Weakened at everybody. It's so fun.
Well, Weakened's a butt saver. So yeah, but the keywords though. So the keywords, if you assume that you're going to have to pay like 1 point for any keyword, the thing is that Vicious is like a 25% chance. It's like playing an MMO where it's like, okay, so somebody offers you an item, and they say, or even like honestly an RPG. So somebody offers you an item, and they say like, okay, this item does 25% more damage. And then they offer you another item, and they say this item has um, a 25% chance to do 25% more damage. Which
Yeah,
would you?
that's the problem, yeah.
Yeah, like you would definitely want the item that just does 25% more damage. Like you would never ever want the other option. It's just silly to even consider.
It makes sense when it's like, oh, they're just throwing in vicious as well. Okay, that's cool. Or if you're potentially in the very specific time where you're like, I'm going to make a all vicious like morale deck, which is a bit weird, but it's like the Bolton deck or whatever, right? It's like, well, you're kind of doing it for fun anyway, right? So you might as well.
Yeah, well, the Boltons are trapped in it. They have no other choice. Like the game developers are just like the Boltons are going to be nothing but panic, and they're going to pay too much for it. That's the
But
Bolton.
maybe that's fun, you know. Like there's a game I've played called ST2. It's like a World War II game, right? You've got like tanks, planes, and all that stuff. And there's a deck that you can play which just has no tanks. It's like a German division that was like just sort of like on Normandy, and they were completely unprepared, and they all got slaughtered in the first day or something. And it's like, what would it be like if you're fighting like, you know, this giant combined arms warfare thing, and you just have no tanks? You know, sometimes it's fun to have a game where what do you call it? Like it's not it's a non-equal game. It's something
Asymmetrical game.
asymmetrical. Yeah. Like sometimes, like just for fun, having that choice is all right, I think.
Yeah, but suppose you bought into it though, and you buy all the models and you painted all the models, and then you go to the game store and like always lose because your unit is like, this is
Well, then
legally.
you've got it wrong, my friend. You're the court jester. Everybody loves you. Like everyone loves playing against you, and you just have a great time. Like.
I will give you that. That is the attitude that all the other players have when somebody shows up with the Boltons. Is they're like, oh, the party unit's here.
They're like, yeah, let's go. It's the Boltons. That's how they'll be like, right?
Yeah, it is. It is true. I guess that everybody is kind of like, oh man, finally, I get a little break from Drogo. His fearless ass.
I think it's nice to have that in pretty much every game. Like just an option where, because it's also like, let's say there's a really good player, and they're playing against people who aren't so good, and it's like, okay, well, I'll go easy on you guys. I'll go Boltons, right? Like it's just like it's a nice kind of like way to play the game a bit differently.
To handicap yourself without. Yeah, I get.
You can still play like properly. It's just now you can't play. I guess you could do that with like, oh, I'm going to play Lannisters, but I'm not going to take like the Knights or something, right? Like you could do the same thing if you wanted, but.
The Knights are really good. I kind of wonder. Like, you may as well just say, I'm not going to take cavalry. I'm just gonna sit here. I suppose it's very similar to the like, I'm just not going to have tanks thing.
Yeah. It's admittedly what an analogy. The analogy is slightly different, because in that game, if you don't have tanks, it basically means you can't push, so you just sort of sit there. Yeah, it's like as if you just didn't have ears or something, right? Like you're critically gonna have weaknesses compared to other people in being able to perceive the world.
I feel like there's no list in that game that does well without cavalry though. Like I can't think of any. Oh, except for Greyjoys, I guess.
Greyjoys, because they have so much speed.
Yeah.
Flank.
Yeah, I guess they got a bunch of stuff.
Although you can take mercenaries and get their horses anyway, so whatever. I think I kind of was always a bit disappointed with Martell's not having a proper archer unit, but it's fine, I guess.
Look at the skirmishers. I do hear that from. They're so good. The skirmishers are so good.
I love that. I pick them in every single one, but they're not archers. they're like peltists. They're throwing spears at the enemy.
But they're so good at it though.
They are very good at it. I don't know if you're being facetious or not, but I actually think they're quite good. So.
No, I'm not being facetious. Like that's one of their that's kind of one of their premier units.
Yeah, I took them every time, and as long as I was weakening every single person in the entire game, then yes, they were quite good at it.
Yeah, well, I lost a tournament game to a Martel player. One of the things that he did is he had Armin Euler, and he was doing this trick where Harmon's got set for charge. So whenever I went to go attack him, he would do set for charge. He'd play the card, and it would make his dervishes, his Stormcrow dervishes, would hit me, and then because they have that swift retreat ability, they would just leave. So they'd hit me and then go somewhere else.
Oh.
And I couldn't attack them, like ever.
That's pretty good.
It was really good. I was surprised by it, a little blindsided by it.
Oh, but you need the tactics, though. You need the tactics.
You need Harmon for it, yeah. But if you've got the commander for it.
When a friendly unit is successfully charged, before the attacker performs their melee attack, if that friendly unit is not engaged with another enemy that was charged with
Right. Yeah. So the thing about this game, Iffy, is that a lot of times it's really all this. There's a lot of positioning, and a lot of like, if you are in the wrong spot at the wrong time, it's very typical for things to go badly all at once. So being able to kind of like plan your game out in advance is one of the real keys of winning it. It's a surprisingly tactical game. You've got your politicians over on a tactics board, and what they well, here I can actually bring up a simulator for it. It would be great if we could get more people to play this with us on Saturdays. I don't know if anyone in chat is interested. You could speak up if you.
You can tell that Greg is very interested.
I like the game. Yeah,
I'd be happy to welcome you with open arms.
I would. I absolutely would. I invite you in. So yeah. Well, here, let me see if I can get like a stats page.
I'm not getting the set for charge. Explain your thing, but yeah, you'll have to explain this.
It's a card. It's a Harmon Euler's tactic card.
I'm looking at it, but it's saying about melee attacks. There's nothing about retreating.
Oh, that's because it's the Stormcrow dervishes.
Oh, the Stormcrow. I see. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, the Stormcrows have their retreat. Yeah.
I seem to remember you saying that. Anyway, go on.
Okay. So anyway, though, there's a simulator that's online, and this is pretty great because you can just import. There's a site called Song of Ice and Fire Stats, and it'll let you build your armies, and it has everything all built in. And the rules are online as well. It's actually pretty quick and easy to learn. Film Cup would have joined a long time ago if it wasn't for these time zones. Okay, but anyway, though, where am I at? So normally it's typical that you'll have like 4 units on the field. Sometimes you have more, sometimes you have less. It depends on how you spread out your points. But all the units have different abilities that are useful for different things. So like, for example, these Honor Guard, when they perform an attack, they can choose to disable your abilities, or they reroll their attacks, or they could get Vicious and Sundry. And so this is like a thing. This is why like, Vicious compared to any other ability is a big question. Because they treat Vicious as being equal to Sundering, and it is freaking not. Like, they have nothing. There is not an equivalency here, but the game developers seem to insist that there is. So Vicious would always be like the last thing that you take, because turning off someone else's abilities is really significant, whereas getting a 20% chance to inflict more wounds is like nothing. You have 12 guys in an army, but then there's like 7 attacks, or the knights have 9 attacks, for example. So within 2 attacks, it's quite feasible that you might kill a unit off entirely. So you make a mistake and you will get, somebody's cavalry rammed up your butt, and then that's the end. That's it. So with Vicious, it's like, okay, so you have that 20% chance to cause the panic failure, but you're not going to get 5 chances. You'll get like 1 shot. So Sundering is great because Sundering works every time, and so on the 1 shot that you take, you'll get the benefit of Sundering. With Vicious, 1 in 5 of the attacks you make, it just doesn't matter. So like it's such a crapshoot. Like the odds are so bad. The odds are so bad. But anyway, other abilities, you get things like, for example, whenever you take the crown, you get a free maneuver, and this would let your guys move like 10 inches across the board and things like that. So all these other abilities are really useful and really powerful, and then Vicious is just like dumpster tier. But anyway, what makes the game fun is that you've got the units on the board, and that's pretty normal for your tactical games, and then you have your political people, and your politicians have their own little abilities, and whenever you play them, you can actually put them somewhere over on the tactics board, the politics board, and then the politics board has a bunch of different abilities. So you can restore 3 wounds to your enemies, you can take a free maneuver, free attack, draw more cards, and you also get a bunch of cards depending on like who is your commander and what faction are you playing. So some factions have better cards than the others, like the Martells have some really good cards, but their units are a little weaker, and so they're a little bit more. They're more difficult to play. They require a little bit more luck and a little bit more finesse than the others.
Very movement based.
Yeah, they got to be real careful with their movement, and they do a lot of punishing, and so they're very difficult to play. It's alternating activations, so like you put a guy down, and then that's it. That's your turn, and you go over to the other player, and then the other player can put a guy down or move a unit, whatever they do, whatever their activation is. That's it. That's their turn. And so you have to compete to control all the spots on the board, because you don't want your opponent to take them all, or to get all the good ones. Crown is usually the worst one. It usually does nothing, because it's a panic ability.
The way that I would explain the game, the Song of Ice and Fire tabletop game, or what would you call it? Mini war game. War game.
Yeah, it's a war game.
It's like, it's a war game. If you don't know what a war game is, it's like, oh well, I want to have like a big Game of Thrones army with my favorite boy, and just like go head to head with some other guy, and see how it goes. And like that's kind of like the main draw, I guess. If you like fantasy, like medieval fighting, and it's like, oh, but like I played a Total War game, but why don't I just play that? It's like, well, you don't do a lot of strategy in a Total War game, so it's all real time. You got to do it all quickly. So in this game, you can plan out your moves, and it becomes very much like, oh, if I move this guy over here, like I can hit them, and it's you got to use your strategy and stuff. Yeah. And I think, the draw after that, like if you already know about war games, as you say, it's kind of like, well, you also get this political side as well, which adds to the kind of overall situation. Many people win the game just based on the politics board by manipulating the board in certain ways.
Yeah, the politics board is surprisingly huge. Like, they've got ELO ratings on the stats page. So if you go over here, you can actually find out, like, they keep an ELO tracker, and so they know, like, oh, who's doing the best right now. Right now, Baratheons are pretty good. But this is actually, if you know your ELO, one of the nice things is that the game is really well balanced. So a plus 19 on ELO is, like, plus 1 or 2% or something like that. It's really not very much, so the win rates are really even, unless you're playing Boltons, who are catching up a little bit. Yeah, Boltons are like usually a negative 10% victory rate. I've never played Eclipse. If you have the several hours it takes to set up and play.
Not what Eclipse is.
Yeah.
This
But
looks
you,
great, but it looks like one of those games that show up on TV to confuse the POV character in a den of nerds. That is true. It does look like that. And it would sound like that as well. You'd be like, oh, my Harmon Ula has, like, beaten your
oh
your
yeah, yeah.
dragon Meraxes or something. It's like, oh, but my Meraxes dragon has got...
My Rhaegal attacks you and he weakens your honor guard.
No.
Yeah, it is very much that kind of nerdiness.
Roll your dice, fiend.
Yeah, roll your dice, fiend. I demand a reroll of your.
But before you roll your dice, I have a move.
That's three precision strikes, Milton. You lose 3 men. Aha! But you've forgotten your weakened token, Dave. Reroll them all, and then
I think it's going to be very hard to convince anybody that a war game isn't for nerds, unless you play like one of those games from like what was it, like the 1900s, where it's like, I put my men here. You die then. It's like, oh, why? It's like, because I say so. Like, there's like, they don't even really have rules. I haven't found this Eclipse game yet, so I will continue to try. Is it like a war game? Eclipse game. Eclipse New Dawn. Oh, is it like a space game? It's a 4X strategy game. Oh, okay.
Real time. The real time strategy.
It is a tabletop game, but it is a 4X tabletop game.
Oh, interesting.
I imagine this is similar to playing like Civ on a board game, maybe.
I would have to get Claudia. I guess I could, if unless it has an online version. I cannot get Claudia to play these games with me anymore. She has learned.
That's a surprisingly short playtime, 2 to 3 hours. So that's impressive for a 4X game, I would expect. That's good. New Dawn is the sequel. Okay. Oh yeah, it says commonly known as Eclipse, but it is. Okay, I've just got the Wikipedia page. I'm going to be honest. Yeah, I don't know much about 4X strategy games on board games, but I imagine they're pretty good. The picture has cup holders, and someone's got a Red Bull, so I'm sure they're having a great time.
Red Bull's always a sign of a good time. It gives you wings,
Exactly.
Yeah, they couldn't say that legally if it weren't true. It'd be false advertising.
It's true. Oh my gosh. There's a very nice tree as well in the background. That's what really matters about playing Eclipse. It's the background.
Yeah, well, I mean that's how you know it's
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I do. I am now very much enjoying that visual image of like, my Rhaegal has weakened you, Milton. It is exactly.
And they're wearing helmets as well.
Oh yeah, they're like dressed for the part. Like, man, it's painful. Yeah, how accurate that assessment really is.
Yeah, I thought the exact same thing. Charlie's generic name. 2 to 3 hours is very very quick for a 4X. I don't know. I don't even know how long a game of like Civ 6 is. Frankly, like they can go on forever. On the computer anyway. Yeah, I used to like we had a group. We have a group that's like a strategy game group, and we tried playing Civ 5 a few times, and maybe six like once or twice, but it really gets bad after a while because like it just goes on for too long. It's also quite competitive as well, so you spent 5 hours making this empire, and then you kind of just like fizzle into dust, and you're like, wow, that's my life wasted. Like, yeah.
Civ 6 did at least correct the problem of like, somebody grabbed Hammurabi. I guess game over. Thanks for playing, everybody.
Did it? I don't know. It still has wonders, right? Oh,
Uh,
Hammer Outright. Oh, like the guy.
yeah,
I
because
don't
in
know.
Civ 5, they tried to introduce a system where it was like you would be over, you'd get like abilities. It used to be that depending on who you played, your country would just get like a benefit. So, for example, if you were so and so, you would get a little extra culture in each of your cities, and that would help you grow your borders and things. And it was all pretty mild. For the most part, it was known that more money per money tile was honestly the strongest thing, just because money helped you fund armies. And so every competitive game would kind of revolve like, okay, I need money. But Civ 4 wasn't really too bad about balance where it came to people. Like if you chose the Babylonians, you weren't necessarily going to power people over. The only thing that did matter again was like if your big advantage came early, like your big unit came early, then that meant that you could conquer the world a little faster. So people cared about that.
Yeah, Valdemar Valvovia has mentioned. Yeah, it's called Campaign for North Africa. I have actually heard of Campaign for North Africa before, and yes, it does take about that long from what I've been told. And no, I've never played it. Yeah, I was playing. I mean, like I think it was last year I started doing it. I was playing Civ 3 for the first time ever, and I found that game is kind of just a completely different game overall from 5 and 6 and all of those kind of ones as well. It's kind of like you just keep building cities and then you kind of just win, but
Yeah,
it's not that simple. It's not that simple though. Like you'd think it's like, oh, it's just risk. Like, what's the point? It's like, well, there is like a quite interesting diplomacy element to it and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, they're just completely different games in that regard.
tech trading in Civ 4 was a huge deal. Like just giving people technology in exchange for other technologies and stuff like that would make or break the game.
Civ
And
3
then,
also has tech trading, and yeah, it's quite important.
yeah, I don't know why they took it away in 5. They took it away in 5, and then they introduced instead of like, okay, so you have a minor change. As a result, yeah, the dog is barking. There are threats outside. They have to be stopped.
Oh, no.
She's a dachshund. That bark you hear, it's coming from a very tiny. She's a mini dachshund, no less.
I can't hear the dogs. I will.
Oh, she's done. She's done. She's done. I think also Discord might dampen the sound on that type of thing.
Oh, it's like a terrier, sort of. Like
She's about the size of a terrier. Like imagine a terrier, but much angrier. Like bred to kill badgers. That's her. Yeah.
Oh gosh.
She has the attitude of like I'm going to kill badgers.
We have had a dog that has killed a badger before, and it was a bit concerning for me. But yeah, it's on the lead as well. On the lead. That's gosh. Civ 2 is a mind-bogglingly complex. Or at least it was when I played it on the original PlayStation at age 5. Well, that is fair. I think that any Civilization game would be quite difficult at the age of 5. I attempted to play Zelda Wind Waker at about age 5 or 6, and I couldn't get past the first level, so I could see how Civ 2 would be really difficult. I have played Civ 1 before, though, like an emulator version of it, and I can say that it was okay. I don't know, it was alright. I don't remember getting very far with it. Yeah, 4X games are fun. Bit different to war games, but they are definitely a genre which can be amusing. not necessarily a 4X, but I used to play a lot of EU4 and the other Paradox games, and I didn't play much of Stellaris though. But and I found that EU4 was quite good, not necessarily because of the actual game being quite good, but after playing the game, I'm now like I'm very good at geography. Like I can name like, oh yeah, I know where Hejaz is. I could point it on a map.
There it is.
That's there was like yeah, it was Shiraz. My nan had some Shiraz wine, and I was like, I know where Shiraz is. It's a province in Iran. I was like, that's maybe useful once.
At least to know where Shiraz is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and but the problem with that is that you get all the old names for the places. So it's like, oh yeah, I know where Ceylon is. It's like, oh, Sri Lanka. It's like, oh, okay.
they've changed the name since that. It's no longer.
Yeah, I'm 300 years too old on that one. Interesting 4X Solium Infernum. Satan has gone missing from hell, and now all the other archdevils are trying to beat the infernal bureaucracy to become the next. Oh, bureaucracy! Oh, it's got your name on it, great.
Ooh, I do like bureaucracy.
It's the bureaucracy from hell, no less. Commit tax fraud in hell. Oh my gosh, those are just golden words for this chat.
And this is all just regular bureaucracy. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I haven't admittedly investigated 4X very much other than that. How is the how is the video game character going? This is your helper bot, who's the healer, right? The medic.
Yeah. This is Zeke. He's going okay. I only just now realize his arm is basically flipped around backwards.
Great.
Yeah. Oh well, I guess that made sense because I was drawing him from the other. I was drawing him from like here. Well, we'll just. Did
it flip backwards? I'm just looking at it. Like, is what the screwdriver? It seems.
No. Oh yeah. Screwdriver's fine. The problem is, see his little like shoulder pad thing here, how it kind of like curves into his body. I was gonna just reuse it, but then I realized like it curves at the wrong angle when I drew it from the other side. So
yeah. Yeah, I totally agree. Generic name. If you play those games, then it's the people who have studied it who start. I was talking to someone who was a bit my senior about chess recently, and they more or less said the same thing. It's the thing about pretty much any strategy game. You can have a bit of fun with mates, and then as soon as someone like reads into it and they know all the maneuvers and all that sort of stuff, then suddenly it's like, oh wow, now it's just my maneuver against your maneuver, and it's a bit yeah, like unless if everybody has the same level of investment, it's sort of someone just wins all the time. Yeah, it definitely happens on those sorts of games. Yeah. Well, I think I think your robot's going quite well. I'm just kind of drawing. Well, I'm sort of drawing. It's very difficult to draw and talk for me, but I'm attempting to do work on a thing while I watch.
What is it?
It is a horsey. There was a concept by one of the EAW folks, and I was like, yeah, I'll do a storyboard for it. And I did a storyboard for it, and we're like, fantastic. And I was like, oh, well, if we want to actually have animators to come and do this thing, then I'll probably need to put more work into it. And he was like, yeah, I agree. You probably should put more work into it. So that's where we left it off about a month and a half ago. Then I got a full-time job, and I've now just been doing this on the bare amount of time that I have during my somewhat hectic schedule. But the idea is to make an animation that's like, this is going to be our art style, and also to make it look really impressive. So you get like the double factor of like, oh, wow, our art style looks pretty good. And then second of all, of like, oh wow, our animation guy, the animation director clearly knows what they're doing. I'd love to be part of this team. And then hopefully we could get people on based on that alone.
Okay, because it looks good. And then after that, you can drag your feet and find all kinds of reasons not to work on it, and then finally scuttle the project after making just enough progress that you might be able to release it, and everyone gets their hopes up.
Well, that is the strategy. Admittedly, while when I was working with what was it? Is it PB? His name is. I forget, but obviously that project didn't end up. But that was kind of I don't know. It might happen. I'm not sure. But
it's not even necessarily a joke on that. When I was doing recordings with the voice actress for Alyssa,
yes.
She and I were talking about like, oh yeah, she's like, I get into so many projects where they like have tons of promise, and like I was telling her, I was like, oh yeah, PBN was saying like he's hoping to get stuff done within a month, and she was like, wow, that sounds like he's gonna drop the project, and I was like, yeah, it does, doesn't it? And she was like, I've seen it about 1 million times before.
So I will admit, other than that project, you will find, if you look into my records, Greg, that I have more or less delivered on every single project that I have started, I would say.
Well, that's really good.
So I am confident. It is about a mindset, and it is about starting properly, and it's also about knowing the limits of whoever you're going to add to the project. That's my understanding of it. I mean, usually I do. Nowadays, I've been doing a fair amount. That's not true. I was going to say I've been doing a lot of solo projects. Actually, last month I was doing a cooperative. It's 3 people basically. There was one person who did music. Obviously, they did their part very quickly right at the start, and we kind of based our animation on that. I created the storyboard because I was more confident in being able to make the concept effectively work based on the music. And then I did the character animations, and the other person did the backgrounds. And we met once every week, sort of. We communicated on Discord, and we had it out on time. So yeah, it's about knowing how. Like the project was like 1 minute and 30 seconds, right? It wasn't a big project. The person I was working with had never worked on an animation before. That's what, and so we discussed beforehand, and I asked if they wanted to do any of the animation sort of stuff, and they were like, let's just do backgrounds. Like, you know what, that's a good idea. Like, let's have you do that, I do this, and we'll come together and we'll get it done. And honestly, she did great, and she invited me onto the project initially, so we kind of worked together. It was good.
That's good. It is always nice when you get everything done and everything. Like I say, I don't want to create like a bad impression. So PBN normally does. He's got a good work ethic and everything. For this stuff, as far as things that I know that he's done or that I've worked with him on, generally speaking, things he gets involved with do get completed eventually. I mean, he's been on gosh, what is it? The the one with the sparkle dog for the longest time, not Vivzy, the other sparkle dog. Uh,
I don't know what you're referring to there, but
oh, do you
I'll
not
take-
do you not know? Okay. He worked on shoot. He was the special effects guy for. Oh, it's like Scooby Doo, but it's a music video. Mr.
Oh, I have
Schools.
seen that before. I have seen that before. That's the people who did the Ace Attorney one as well, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Yeah. So he does the special effects for them, and
Okay.
it's not like he's ever had like. It's not that he can't get something done or like he's, like he's like dependable and everything. But I think that I my impression was that he got a little wrapped up in the fantasy of like being John, and John in the show was like taking advantage of the algorithms because he was like smarter than the computers and everything. And I think PBN thought that he had a system figured out that was going to kind of like defeat this algorithmic stuff and just do better than it. And the problem is that you can't. Like you can do things that are yours, or that are like I don't know, but you just can't outsmart the algorithms, or not in like a way that's good for anybody. Like a lot of times, if you're outsmarting the algorithms, it's to create spam or things that it's not like, oh, I'm creating content people want and tricking the algorithm. It's just like I'm creating bad content that nobody wants, and I'm tricking the system into promoting it because people are engaged with bad content. And
I personally go into projects sort of assuming that I'm terrible, so just sort of working up from there. But yeah, no, it's if you're working on animations on YouTube, you're probably not like, because like the smart people aren't working on animations at all. They're doing like business investing or something. I don't know, whatever. So like, you just kind of you kind of assume that you're
not, they're not making video content for the love of the art. That's for rubes.
Yeah, it's kind of like you. I've met like talented animators before, and what I tend to find is that they are not thinking that they can outsmart anything. Really, that's sort of how I found it. I know that there are those professional animators or artists and stuff who like make their solo career and like they kind of they make a load of money off it or whatever, and but those people, there's not that many of them. It's quite difficult to attain that. It's I wouldn't I personally wouldn't account much of anything to luck, but I know that the algorithm kind of works in that. That's kind of a talking point that you would agree with.
Yeah, well, yeah, like you can't just be like the worst animator in the world and also then become like the top, YouTube animation channel. Like it has to be something that people will watch, or otherwise there's no engagement and those systems don't work. So you still have to be able to like make something good. It's just that you can't. I don't know. It's you can't predict what those systems will latch onto, though. Like it's very hard to be like, okay, I'm going to make animations about Minecraft and I'm going to grow huge, because you just don't know. Like, is that going to be in 3 months after you're done with your animation something that gets promoted?
I think with me, honestly, I just kind of looked at the whole thing and I was like, I mean, I can't compete, so I'll just I'll just
Yeah.
drop out of the race and I'll just do it because I enjoy it, kind of thing. And then for me, that was a big thing, like, because I like the skill of it. I like the actual skill of the animation and putting stuff together and stuff. That is fascinating to me. The money aspect of it, I mean, as long as I'd be able to get by, I wouldn't care, right? But yeah, the competition kind of comes kind of from that, like, oh, the how many views and stuff, and then that naturally equates to money. So it kind of, in a way, it sort of poisons it a bit, I think.
I mean, I feel like it's always been about views. Like, yeah, needing to make it like the money and the views became correlated. But I mean, like, I feel like you don't make an animation and then just say like, well, I don't care if nobody ever sees it. Like, otherwise,
I won't lie that when I did the some of the Violet Pony animation-y things, and it had like, I don't know, like 20,000 or something views, I was like, oh wow, that's pretty good. But I actually found it incredibly satisfying to make the horse tank thing, and the reason I found it satisfying to make the horse tank thing was because for your vid somewhere, was because effectively I knew a couple of Australian guys, and I was like, this would be a laugh. It's like I barely have enough time to be able to make a proper video for the vid somewhere. So, oh, wait a second, I have this could work. This could work. All right. and then we just had like a bit of a laugh, and then it was like, yeah, let's try it out. And like, my objective was like, maybe I'll get onto that, like that top 10 for the, what was it, Drummer Shy or whatever. And I did. I was in honorable mentions though, but it's still like it achieved its goal.
Yeah, you got a top 10.
I'm a bit competitive, but like it's not really in the ways that are actually helpful competitive. Like, it's not like, like this will make me money or anything. I'm just like, let's just do this because it'll be a fun game kind of thing. Yeah, there's one video that I worked on, and this one's just, to me, it's kind of like I feel almost separated by it. But there was one thing that I did animation for, which is called Delia Ricetta, and it has like, how many views has it got now? It's probably got like 2 million views now. And frankly, I just feel kind of, because it's the singer's YouTube channel, right? And the singer is this popular Romanian singer or something. And I didn't really feel like it was my best work. But it's got 4.3 million views. There you go. I didn't feel like it was my best work. I worked with another person, and we were kind of like, we did it all in a month. And but yeah, in theory, I should be really happy about that. But frankly, I just look at it and I was like, yeah, I wouldn't put it in my show reel. Like, maybe someone cares that it has 4.3 million views, but it's just a singer, isn't it? It's just a singer, so I don't really care. Like, if you had a, it's also because the person who did the composition for it, the other person in the group, I think did a fairly alright job at the composition. Like, so it's not really my work that got it to there, I think. So.
Vold here in Twitch is saying that Steve Boy Hot Dog was tailor-made for a commercial, as a commercial product. I can't tell if he's being facetious.
Well, I read Steve Boy Hot Dog in some of it.
You can embarrass yourself to say you read Steve Boy Hot Dog.
I did read some of it. I thought it was alright.
I don't think I agree that Steve Boy Hot Dog was tailor-made for commercial audiences.
I don't know about that bit.
Oh, not Steve.
If you put okay.
Okay. He's talking about a different comic. Okay, because I was gonna say Steve Boy Hot Dog was like so not tailored to anybody's sensibilities.
Right. Hypothetically, right? What if somehow you had connections with like Comedy Central, and they were like, right, we want to make an animation based on this, and they just got like a team on it? It would work.
Steve,
because you see what kind of things they put on Comedy Central, like that.
You know, I Steve was very dumb, but I still have a soft spot for Steve. I feel like if I were to go back and do Steve again, I think that probably I would have dropped some of the superhero stuff and would have just focused a lot more on like Steve being a kid in school.
Yeah.
Who just for no particular reason, insists that he has a forbidden secret that no one must know, and it's unclear if that secret is that he is Steve Boy Hot Dog or if there is another secret. And it would just be about like relationship drama and typical teenage plot lines, but it's all just Steve, this kid in a hot dog suit. And it's like,
it's that kind of like absurdist sort of like, oh, I guess everyone's just fine with this. Like, it makes no sense, but sure, why not? Like,
yeah, like his teacher is a lobster. We would just have like Degrassi plot lines, but everyone would be some kind of bizarre animal thing. And I would run that for.
Like, it's just like, yeah, I'm the lobster guy. What about it? Like, you'd be weird if you asked me why I'm wearing a lobster outfit, frankly. Yeah. Like, just...
You can't ask. No, he was a lobster. He was just like a giant lobster man.
Mm.
So it'd be a little bit racist to ask him why is he a lobster man. You can't do that. You can't just ask a guy why he's a lobster man. That was a joke in Mean Girls. They established that as a fact.
Exactly. So therefore, it would be fantastic. It's great absurdist humor. I don't know. There was some very weird plot lines that I'd watched in like there was like an anime that I watched where the guy was the best at visual novel dating sims, and he was so good at it that like I think it's like an angel from heaven, or maybe it was like a devil from hell. I can't really remember. Anyway, the point is that there are a load of girls that like I can't remember why. There are a load of girls.
The more I talk, the less I'm certain of.
They're really sad, and for whatever reason, this guy was forced by I think the devil to have a date with each of these girls, or else his head would explode. And he had to use the visual novel dating sim tactics to entrance these ladies, and it worked every time. But he always had to kind of like figure it out, and they kind of like bullied him because he was a nerd. So.
Okay.
I mean,
that's how the dating sims work, though, right? Is that in spite of it not making a lot of sense, you just the girls love that you remember their bra size.
Exactly. He was like saying things like, "Oh, well, I have to give this lady a gift now because then that's the only way that I can like score relationship points with her." It's like, you fucking nerd. But yeah, no, it worked because it was just such an absurd premise, but then they just went through with it 100%. And they do that a lot with like animes, I think. Like when they have like that one premise which makes no sense, but if you just assume that that's how the world works now, then it's just like, well, how would this world work? And that's kind of how they do a lot of that sort of stuff. And I think that that's a fascinating concept. So I don't see why Steve Hot Dog Man wouldn't work for the same principle, you know? Like, just get with the times, man. This guy's wearing a hot dog.
He could have. I mean, Steve could have. Like I say, though, I definitely would have adjusted the premise a little bit so that it would be less about, like I say, the superhero stuff, and there would be a lot more of the, like, okay, Steve's just a kid in school, and yes, it's like you can't just ask a guy why he's a giant lobster, even if he's menacing to you. You can't just be like, "Sir, why are you a lobster?" That's inappropriate.
Exactly. I think I I every now and then look at Crunchyroll, and there was one about a deer recently, hasn't it? A very popular one about a deer. It's just like it's a girl, but she's a deer. It's like that's it. Other than that, it's just a school drama. Like, all right, she's a deer. She likes biscuits, I guess.
That's
I
it.
think
Character explained.
Mhm.
Character achieved.
It does appear to be. I tend to. I never consider myself like someone who is like really into that sort of media because whenever I try to watch it, it is sort of like that. It's like, oh, this time it's like a really quiet girl at school. This time it's a dear girl at school. So okay, like, I feel like I've watched this one before.
I think it's
they
funny.
have very similar premise.
Sometimes you'll see I kind of like when the manga artists do commentary on their own careers. If I were a manga artist, I know I would do that all the time, and people would be like, yes, it's a running joke that I do it, but I I know that one thing that happens is the industry will get into trends, and then the sort of manga guys, the bosses of the industry, will just be like, okay, we're doing baseball now, and that's just all they want to see. Is like, okay, we're doing baseball. You'd be like, oh, I want to do something else. No, baseball is what's hot, and unless you're like a pretty well known artist, you just get trapped in baseball for a little while.
It's baseball or Demon Slayer, one of the two. You know,
That's
and it's like, oh, but Demon Slayer's doing well. How about we make iterations of Demon Slayer? Yeah, and it goes on.
Yeah, you're just like stuck for a while. There's no escape. And yeah, I hear that it's kind of a big lament to people who do that stuff professionally, but not everyone is lucky enough to get their own, their own show or their own deal, or they don't all like sell all that well. So it's a brutal industry.
The thing that I found about it, at least this is layman observation, right? So I don't know, because I talked to some of the people who did animations of those sorts of things, and I find that when they're like, oh, I'll be able to make my own show, then you realize that they're actually just going to kind of make more reiterative material on the same mark. And it's just like, oh, well, they've just kind of killed the creativity by just constantly ramming this down their throats. So that's a bit like that. I remember listening to them talk about like, oh, this is my original thing. And it's like, I looked at it, I was like, this just looks like the same thing. But yeah, no, that the one thing I have learned with those people is that they are incredibly talented artists. However, like they're very very good at consistency and all that sort of thing, and the regimented behavior of it is very good, and it's something that I'd like to emulate in my own animation at some point because I think that is pretty cool. But it's just just going on the same genre again and again and again. It's like, what is it called? Isekai, like isekai. Now I'm a dustbin in an isekai. What happens if I was transported to a world and I'm a vending machine? Like, it's like...
Yeah, like this is what's selling in anime right now or in manga right now, and so they all kind of get trapped in it. They don't have any other options. They kind of just have to go along with whatever's big right now.
But they do have what's Shikanoko Nokonoko. Oh, that's the deer one. That's the deer one. Okay, yeah. Yes, Shika is deer. I know that much. There you go. That's your Japanese lesson for forever.
For today, yeah, for forever. We're not doing another. Leave. Go.
And I think Baka, which is stupid, is like horse deer or deer horse or something. I can't remember which one goes first. Maybe Valdemar Valvoya could tell me. The subtitles are clearly AI generated, and they're not even that good. Yeah, probably that's probably true. I do check in on Crunchyroll every now and then. They have like the Black Clover, which is clearly a put in for whatever special like 13-year-old boy action anime comes on. Like that would have been like the Dragon Ball Z of like 1990s is now like the Black Clover of 2022 or whatever, right? Like there's always one winner in the genre, and they're the one that gets all the praise and all that stuff. But yeah, I still think it's quite a lively atmosphere, even if it all does seem very samey. And that's kind of what I like about it. I find that like if you go onto like the Western stuff, it's like where is the liveliness? And then someone will tell you like, oh well, obviously you weren't looking in the right place, and then I'll say like, oh, I'm sorry. But,
yeah, you would have known it was all right here. It's like, oh, okay.
It's obviously Has-Been Hotel. This is the one. It's like, okay, that's fair enough. I
saw that. Where's the rest though? I've seen that one. What about? How come we don't have waves of Has-Been Hotel? Huh?
Yeah,
that's what I was really. Give me a.
It's horse deer. That's what we've been told. There you go. I remember asking I don't think I asked them. I think I said it. I put it as a statement, and I told the old lady who sells groceries. I was like, "Yeah, I just realized that baka is horse deer," and she was like, "Yeah, cool."
It's like, that's good for you.
Yeah. Shit, this was in Tokyo, so it made sense, right? Like, it's just like I had explained to her before the context that I was learning Japanese, and she was like, "Oh, okay, that's cool." So yeah, it's like she watched NHK. I think she watched NHK all the time. Yeah, what were we saying about Has-Been Hotel? I don't know. It's I have lost track on the YouTube anime, because there's that one about puppets as well, isn't there? And that's popular, I think.
About puppets?
Yeah, it's like, I think the whole the vibe is like they're trying to do like a bit of horror, but it's kind of like
don't hug me, I'm scared.
No, not that.
No? Oh, okay.
It's like a new one, and it's 3D animated, and it's got a lot of FX. There's like the wind up teeth that chatter, I think.
The one by Gooseworks.
The circus one. Yeah, amazing.
Yeah. That one's pretty good. I talked about that a little bit before. The writing is a little sloppy though.
I haven't watched it. I have no idea. I assumed that it wasn't made for me, so I just avoided it.
It's all right. I mean, it's definitely really big with younger kids who are kind of like, oh my goodness, they're kind of looking for the next Five Nights at Freddy's a little bit.
That's what I was gonna say. That like it looked like a Five Nights at Freddy's thing, and I was like, I don't take into that, but you go for it, man.
Yeah, it's only a little bit. I don't think that it's probably not fair to say like, oh, that's all it is Five Nights at Freddy's, but it is. Yeah. I will say that one of the things that I noticed is that, like, for example, they have this character, and I really like him. And you can tell that they really like him, but he's like a big chocolate dude. Because they go to, like, a candy world. And he's funny. Because he's just like, they're like, oh, chocolate guy, could you help us out? And they're like, everybody hates me. And then they're like, oh, we don't hate you. And he goes, you would if you knew what I did. And he's just like, he's like... kind of he's like creepy, but like in a funny way, and he contributes nothing to the plot, like nothing that matters anyway. Like if you get down to it, basically almost every all the characters, like, they fall off a cliff and they land in like a puddle of chocolate, and then there's that creepy like chocolate guy down there, and he's a great character, and he's like his interactions are fun and everything, but all of it is completely irrelevant to the story that's going on at the time, because the story that's going on at the time is like Pomni, the clown girl. She meets an NPC, and then the NPC finds out he's an NPC, and he's all depressed about it. And so she's like, don't be sad, I'll be your friend. And that's kind of the central plot of that episode. But then over here, we've just got this like chocolate guy, and they're like, how do we get out of the chocolate? And it's not like, I mean, they're, it's not really a plot line. It's just something that's kind of like happening, and it fills time, but it doesn't fill time in a necessary way. And it drives me crazy, because it's like I watch it, I'm like, I really like that guy. He should have been cut from the episode, though.
How many episodes have they made of it? Is
2.
it like, oh, okay. I was just wondering, based on, like, because it might be one of those things where you're saying with the writing that, oh my god, it's the new thing, wow, it's so fantastic, look at all this great and all that, and then like after like 4 or 5 episodes you realize that they didn't have a lot to give or something. I don't know, like maybe I'm wrong, but like that sometimes happens with some shows, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's hard to say. Like it might still do well and everything, but it does feel like it doesn't feel like they have their legs on the writing. So
I felt that with the Hasbun Hotel like spin-off series. I was like, oh,
a hell of a boss.
I watched the Hasbun Hotel, and I was like kind of shocked by it, because it was quite a shocking, like, wow, like a group came over and actually made this. This is impressive, right? I was like, well, let's see where it goes. It's got some kinks around the edges, right? And then like I watched the Hell one, and it kind of just put me off after about 2 or 3 episodes, because I was like, okay, like I see where we're going with this.
Nowhere in particular is where we're going with it.
Yeah, it's gonna make a lot of money for those artists drawing the wolf, but that's as far as it goes.
Yeah, it's hard to say because it's only episode 2, but well, like they get into the, I really don't. They have like the subject of anxiety and everything, but it's weird because they don't pace it very well, and so that's the other thing. So it's like Pomni has this like massive personal breakdown within pretty much setting foot in the circus. She like appears and then is like, I'm having a breakdown, everybody stand back. And I've seen people argue about it, and they're like, oh, but she's freaking out because she doesn't know where she is, and so it's kind of okay. But it's really not like, the audience has to be there emotionally. You shouldn't be like excusing the character and saying like, well, if you think about it, her reaction makes sense. It should really just be like, yeah, I felt it, I was there in the moment. And I don't yeah.
I was going to say, it sounds like at the moment it's too difficult to sort of know for sure. But,
yeah, well, because they're writing. Yeah, they could totally find their footing and get better. So yeah, it's not like bad. It's just that it's a little messy in some places and with some things, and it just needs a little work. So it could wind up being like not very good because maybe it doesn't get it together, but maybe it does. Maybe it does.
I find it interesting because, like, when you look at as a contrast, right? Look at The Simpsons or something like that, or I guess like Family Guy or something like that, right? Like the Western things that were very popular. They tended to start off with the animation side being really rusty, and they tended to also have fairly good like plots at the start, right? Like Simpsons, maybe like season 1 wasn't that great, but like season 2, season 3, like I've watched those before, and I think they're like fantastic. A lot of them. But then as it went on, they eventually run out of ideas, and they get worse, kind of thing. But like it sort of feels like with some of these things, the animation always looks like wow, like it looks very impressive, and then it's kind of maybe it's like the plot that is less developed. I don't know. Maybe is that a bad like a wrong assertion to make? I'm not entirely sure, but
It could be, but the thing is that I think that the trick with it is that if you look at it and you say like, oh yeah, the plot's not very well developed. Well, it's there only on episode 2, so you can't say that right away. Well, see, like Zubul has given up. This is one of the things, they have a character Zubul, and so far in both episodes, Zubul has more or less been kind of a non-character. Like you're introduced to Zubul, and Zubul's like, I don't want to be here, I'm leaving. And then Zubul kind of leaves, but then sort of gets forced to participate in the plot. But they're not, like, they just don't display a lot of personality. And I personally think that's bad. I think, like, for the pilot episode, it would be nice to imply that maybe, like, Zubul has something to offer. Like, anytime you have a character and their whole shtick is just like, I feel nothing, that's a little bit tough to work with.
I have seen pilots where I'm like, oh, I'm really interested in this character, so that's why I'm kind of using that as a contrast. Like, I don't know, like Breaking Bad or something like that, right? Obviously, these are like top of the mark, right? So you can't, it's a bit unfair, but I value strong story elements, I think, and strong characterization. Admittedly, again, I have not watched Digital Circus, so I can't say if it's terrible or not. I'm just doing it based on your observation. But yeah, have you two got a favorite indie pilot?
A pilot? I don't know. Punch Forever was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun. You're right. That's
yeah.
great one.
Yeah, Punch. That's a really fun one.
I actually really like that. It was good. Yeah, that was good.
Yeah.
Do you remember the? I can't remember. Oh no, that's not good. It was like a furry animation, and they were like gangsters. Were they like cats? I think. And they were like going around. And
you're I know what you're talking about. It is. Shoot, the big one. I was talking about it earlier. I guess you must have missed it when I was talking about Litterbox Comics is trying to do an animation. Lackadaisy. Yeah.
Yeah, I watched that and I thought the animation looked pretty good. I really liked how they did it, even with the like they kept the marks, which I was like, sure, why not? Like it's a pilot, like go for it. But I didn't like the plot at all, so I wouldn't recommend it for the plot reason. But the animation looked really good. So
I thought the plot was okay, but I kind of didn't like some of the voice acting. I feel like didn't sell very well. Like,
that is true.
How he's doing the Mississippi poem and everything. It sounds like he didn't understand the Mississippi poem while he was doing it. Because I felt like I didn't like, at the end of it, I was just like, I would have to read that to fully understand what was going on there. Because I just didn't get the soul of that poem from the line reads.
I actually can't remember off the top of my head, but is this like when they're on the, like, at the start, while they're kind of like someone's got a violin or something and they're like, chilling?
Yeah, he's reciting a poem about the Mississippi. Yeah, the Mississippi River. That was like, I don't know. He needed some coaching on that or something. Because I was just like,
I don't remember necessarily getting put off by the start. I think I got put off by about the middle when they were like shooting a load of bullets and like all of them were missing or something. I was like, oh, okay, whatever. Like,
these cats can't even hit it.
Yeah, it was, it was,
Cat,
it
the
was
cat
like
was.
they were doing some very silly things. Like I think it was like the dynamite or something, and they. I don't know.
When he was up there, when he was like throwing dynamite from the.
I was just kind of like, what's the point if you're just gonna have these characters do whatever the hell they want? And like, is this like? I mean, these are cats, right? Is this like Top Cat, right? Like, we like, we like, oh, this character is the main character, and therefore they can never be hurt or anything, and it'll be fine. Like, I just don't find that very compelling. So I sort of tuned out around that point. And then it's like they get to the end and they're like, "Ah, well, you guys, you're up for another heist kind of thing." It's like, yeah, sure. Like,
It's like, I don't know if you want to do another.
it's gonna, yeah. That's me. I get very disappointed when there's like they try to put suspense, but there's no actual suspense. Like that takes me out.
I thought the plot was okay. I thought I didn't have any problems with the plot. I just thought the voice acting didn't do it for me on that. The art is really good, but that's actually what Lackadaisy is really famous for. Yeah,
The art's great. And I like that it's proper 2D animated, using Toon Boom, right? Yeah, nice.
And they left in all they were like trying to make it look like a pencil animated, so they left in like a bunch of scratchy lines. I don't know how well that worked, but I think I liked. I'll give them points for doing something weird.
It's original, yeah, it's different, and it's probably not original. It's probably another pilot, like which had pencil lines in it. To be fair, but like the point is that I liked that it felt like it was drawn because of those. Like that was good. That was a good choice in my opinion. Punch Punch Forever episode 2 is out and excellent too. Oh, that's good to hear. Frankly, it sounds like we're just going to say that Punch Punch Forever is combined favorite. I don't know. Like, I can't think of
okay. Well, Punch Punch Forever is really good. I also really like the Big Top Burger.
I haven't watched.
It's really good.
At all.
You haven't watched Big Top Burger? I thought you've seen Worthy Kids, right?
Yes, some of them.
Oh, okay. So he's got a series called Big Top Burger, and it's just fun. Like it's like about this clown, and he's got a burger truck, and they sell burgers, but the clown's like a really wacky clown guy, and then they really the clown's not the main character in my opinion. The main character is Cesar, who owns this truck called Zomburger. And he's just got like a hang up about the clown guy. And the Caesar's voice work is just great for that one, because it's just like he's just like ranting at him. He's like, "Oh boy, Steve, I'm gonna get you this time, Steve. I'm gonna get you this time, Steve. I've got."
I can imagine that.
Yeah. I'm gonna kick your shit 6 ways from Sunday, Steve. And it's just it's like so rambly, and he just sounds, it's so it's really joyful. It's a lot of fun.
He has a very particular art style as well, and it works. And yeah, I like that. I'd probably enjoy that if I watched it. Yeah.
Yeah. In the last episode, he's like coming down the stairs. He's like, "Here I come, Steve! Kickflip!" And like a skateboard just like flies by the screen. He's like, I messed that up. But don't worry about it, Steve. I got good news. And I don't know, like there's just the weird nonchalant insanity of the character. Really, I really like that. So I like that. There's one that I've been seeing. I'd have to go. Let me see, because it's on like my tablet. It won't show up on my YouTube. It's something.
I don't have a. This is not a indie pilot, but I would recommend for weird independent animation on YouTube, Drew Langlois, and particularly. There's two which are really good. There's one called Toxic Waste Chase music video, Dudes of Hazmat, and then there's another one which is Can of Whoop Ass, just a song from Dudes of Hazmat. Those are fantastic. The Can of Whoop Ass is amazing.
Actually, let me see if I can find. So maybe if I go on YouTube and I look for. Because there's one that. Bridge Kids is also kind of a fun one. I don't know if you've seen Bridge Kids.
I do not know Bridge Kids.
So Bridge Kids is kind of like a Talking Heads style thing. Like it's just it's like he's got 2D animated rigs and they kind of just stand there and talk to each other. But they have pretty like the conversations are pretty funny. And Bridge Kids is a fun one. Let me see. House hunting animation maybe? Gives me a lot of garbage. You type in animation, it goes, were you talking about anime?
Mm.
I hate you, YouTube. This is not what I want. Jeez. Look at my tablet. I've been trying to train YouTube to show me stuff I want to watch, and it got me an animation, and now I gotta go find it. Let me see here.
I'm the kind of person who looks at the Bridge Kids animation and goes like, do I really want to watch that? I imagine the audio is quite good though. Like, if you're recommending it, it's probably quite funny. It's just the art style doesn't appeal to me, and that's fine. Might check it out. I didn't hear of it before, so it's cool. Does yes, someone knows about Dudes of Hazmat. I actually watched I watched the whole entire thing and understand the context of the Can of Whoop Ass, and it's fantastic. Frankly, it's just so stupid. I love it. Yeah, no, I really like their openings. I love the opening animation for it. Does anybody else know fun indie? Does anybody else from chat have any like indie?
What is the best lesson?
Now we're doing recommendations for pilots.
Dang it!
I feel like
what is the best lesson?
What is the best lesson? I'm trying to find it. If I look it up, there's one called Day Job.
Okay.
Oh, here he is, Paul Georgiou. Yeah, Paul Georgiou. He got featured on like ABC or something. I'm not sure because if you look it up on YouTube, it'll give you like the ABC. This is ABC iView. I don't know what that is, but this is his channel, and so this is there's not a lot to it, but this popped up.
Georgiou. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so it's like,
Georgiou.
Maybe that's a French name or something.
All his characters sound Australian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he's probably Australian, is my guess.
It's one of those French Australians.
Yes, the French Australians.
Very popular.
Oh yeah, Scooter Tricks has seen Day Job. Yeah, Day Job is good. Day Job's a fun one.
I have seen this person's work before. Yes.
Yeah, it's
recommended to me before.
It is really reminiscent of like home movies. Of the characters like having arguments on top of each other, like overlapping arguments and stuff.
I watched home movies and I thought it was very fun.
Yeah, home movies was a fun show.
We have a DVD of it. A DVD. Actually, it might not be a DVD. It might be a video. Frankly, like it came out in like 2000, right? So.
A DVD of what? Of this?
Of home movies.
Oh, of home movies. Oh, okay.
It's good fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I saw that. The Customer's Always Right one, I think. And I thought that was quite good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that one was kind of funny. That was like, the sayings the customer's always right in matters of taste. We have, I do like the the joke in that one. It's like, we are real human beings with real hatred in our hearts. Real feelings and real hatred in our hearts.
Of course you would enjoy that. Of course you would enjoy that.
I relate to that. Yes. Real human beings with real hatred in our hearts.
Let's show lads fucking. Oh, I think I've seen that before. That's very silly. Maybe I haven't actually. Now that I'm looking at it. No, someone's definitely shown. I think an Australian person has given me this once, and it was very funny. Yeah, it's good times.
Yeah, that one's a good one.
Scooter Tricks also has home movies on DVD. Fantastic.
Oh, yeah. Home Movies was a good show. That was a fun show. I think it's funny that they got Paula Poundstone to just play Paula Poundstone.
I looked on there for some reason. I remember. It was because I was watching Duckman, right? I think it was Duckman. And I think they were the same people who animated it, maybe, or something.
I thought Duckman was animated by Klasky Supo.
Maybe he was. I don't know. Anyway, point is that there was someone that I was watching who was the same people who animated home movies. And it probably wasn't Duckman.
I think home movies.
The guy who animated it was like, I've got this brand new revolutionary version of animating, which is I draw the frame, and then I draw the frame again, and I draw the frame a third time, and then it's animated. Still, and he called it so. It's got a name.
It's called Squiggle Vision. Yeah, Squiggle Vision is what he called it.
Yeah, it's like, why? It's so silly.
Because it's animated that way. Like, they're holding still and they're just having a conversation, but look at how much they're moving.
I love the concept of it being, this is a revolutionary animation.
You're changing the world.
You'll never expect. It's just like the real thing.
Animated content. Yeah, I think he also did Dr. Katz, and I believe that he knew whoever that studio was. I think that they also did like a kids program. Like, I think they did an educational program.
Yeah, it's one of those ones. I think it was Dr. Katz, actually. Yeah, I think it was Dr. Katz that I was referring to instead of Duckman. I don't know why I went to Duckman.
It's got a D in it. Duckman was like a strange one, because I watched Duckman, and Duckman was like such a cynical show about
I only found it recently. I was on YouTube and it just came up and there's like, yeah, watch the first like season of Duckman. It's like, sure, it's like 9-hour video. All right. Yes, you're right. It is very cynical. It feels like it comes from a later period of time. It feels like this is the kind of humor that people do nowadays. That's weird, but it's fairly good, isn't it? It's fairly good.
It's fairly something. I don't know if I'd call it like good. It's definitely fairly.
They really did their all on it though, didn't they? They really went for it, and yeah, no, they got down that sort of talking very quickly thing. I forget what they call that, but yeah, like talking very quickly and making jokes through that, through referencing lots of things. And they're ducks, which helps, I guess. I don't know. I thought it was pretty good.
And also they're ducks. Yeah. I don't know. It was okay. I feel like I just kind of like there were a couple things that I thought were kind of funny, if I recall, but it'd be hard for me to put a finger on. Like, if I were like, oh man, you gotta watch Duckman, I don't know if somebody was like, oh, why? I'd be like, well, there's not another show quite like Duckman. You'll You'll definitely like it'll be something that'll stick out in your head. You'll just be like, oh yeah, Duckman. Because yeah.
That's fair. I was kind of young when that sort of stuff was coming out, so I admittedly didn't watch a lot of it, but I was able to watch a lot of like the early 2000s Cartoon Network stuff. So I had a lot of that for like children's kind of entertainment stuff. And Ren and Stimpy. Oh, that was out at the same time, and that's kind of one of those weird things.
Yeah, I would say like Duckman's not like it's kind of about like a guy going through a midlife crisis. Like the most unlikable person in the world goes through a midlife crisis and is surrounded by people who are better than he is, which he's keenly aware of. Like he's keenly aware of what a terrible person he is. And the show like always is about kind of him grappling with himself. And it's like it's not a bad show. I mean, like I don't know. Like you'd have to watch it yourself and then be like, did you like Duckman? Did you not like Duckman? Because I don't feel like you can just tell people like, yeah, Duckman's a bad show. Like I
watched a few episodes of it, and I never felt inclined to watch more of them. So maybe that's me saying that I don't like it, but I did enjoy it while I was watching it. So
yeah, same. I mean, like, yeah, like it's a memorable show, and it is. I guess you could say like at least the feelings of the characters all feel there and like realistic enough. You can be like, yeah, I can imagine like humans behaving like this and being like this and resonating with these feelings and everything, which is
very adult, like adult animation for the West kind of thing. Like it's incredibly negative, I guess.
Yes.
And it's making humor out of that sort of like dark humor, I guess.
Yeah. Because
they gotta make more positive adult comedy, right? They've got to make it, haha. Good things are happening.
Like it's okay to be happy.
Yeah. Well, good. If you get like really good children's animations, that usually is also could just go as well for good adult animation as well, couldn't it? Really. So.
Yeah, I think that is why the adult animation tends to be so cynical and mean, because they won't do that for the kids' animation. Yeah. But for the adults, they're just like, aha! Now we can finally say, I am so miserable. I wish I was dead.
Well, we sort of went on a tangent there, but yeah, I don't know. The indie pilots, there aren't that many of them, I guess. I don't know, but
I bet I can think of more. I could probably find Bridge Kids to at least elaborate
I'll
a
check
little
it
on.
out.
Like,
I'll check it out.
Yeah, Bridge Kids is like. Let me see. Because that one's also it's kind of a cynical humor, but it's Mike Karf. It's probably not his real name, I would assume. Mike Karf does Bridge Kids, and that's another one. It reminds me a little bit of that, like MTV. I haven't watched the Chair Jordans one. It reminds me. It's like a very MTV style thing, like that kind of like Gen X, Six Sad World type of comedy.
Okay.
Song in the Sky, says Scooter Tricks, is one he recommends.
I'm looking at it right now. I see what you mean about the animation style is a bit off, but
Yeah.
It's very difficult to rate things based on animation style alone, admittedly, because a massive part of the medium is the sound, and I can't do that while talking. So.
No. Oh, I got another one. Here's this UCLA animation. Keep clicking on things, and it keeps playing. I'm gonna get in trouble. It's gonna be like, oh, we heard a split second of someone else's material.
Yeah.
Boyfriend material was a good one. This is about this guy who gets like a magical sweatshirt that makes him handsome, and he gets a girlfriend.
Oh, I've remembered one now. I can't remember what the name is though. It's like the one where they've made a big Warhammer guy, and he's like smashing things, and it's very bloody. I've completely forgotten the name of it. The entire point of that YouTube channel, like those animators, it's like, we want to make manly things for manly people. It's like, I had it recommended to me, and I checked it out. I was like, you know what, that was pretty good. But I don't know if I'd want to watch more. But it was very impressive.
Might not be manly enough. So you're like, oh,
yeah.
This is cool. This is pretty man. This is too manly though. Feel threatened. Can't
It's
be.
called Space King, is what it's called.
Face King.
Space King.
Oh, Space King. Space King.
Yeah, and I think that is meant to be a pilot. So there you go. That is another pilot. We've got one.
Yeah. There we go. I gotta let her back in. Here, hold on.
Nice.
She's out there barking at the neighbors. I'll kill you. She weighs 10 pounds. She could be carried off by a golden eagle.
Oh my god. Oh, there's also that one where it has like a clown face, but it's like a snake, and it's like this weird esoteric horror show, but I can't remember what it's called. He has like that really weird, creepy animation style. It's kind of like paint.
Come here, Stan. Come here.
Yeah, we're coming up with all the pilots now.
Very good. What else?
I typed in independent animated pilots, and it came up with like 743 results. Oh my crap.
Yeah, but watch only like 3 of those. Becky Prim. Isn't that the one where the girl like dies and then takes over the nerd's body? That one was a fun one. Have you seen that, Carabella?
I don't know.
No, okay. Yeah, that's one. If I'm remembering correctly, Becky Prim is about a girl who she like dies, and then she takes over this nerd's body, so she can go get revenge. I think on the girls that inadvertently killed her. Like I don't think the girls killed her on purpose, but she's out to get them as though they did anyway.
Oh, this is fairly old, and also did not ever amount to anything new.
Yes.
But
yeah, Becky Prim was quite a while ago.
yeah.
But it was good.
Well, as long as it's good, yeah. Looks nice. Nice storyboards. There was this one person who did horsey storyboards in one of the servers that I was in. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's fantastic. You really get a difference when you have someone doing good storyboards. Or I guess you could call them animatics, maybe. His was an animatic, to be fair. But yeah, when you get something like the equivalent of Becky Prim with the, I guess we'll call this the animatic, like the roughs. that's when you're like, oh, I could see it happening, you know? I could, like, this seems to be working.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can imagine how it'll actually go, because it's like that's kind of there's a lot of motion in the animatic.
Yeah. It also just makes it look more professional when the storyboard sort of comes well together. It's like, oh, this probably didn't take as long as it could have done, but you've managed to present it in a way that more or less gets the point across pretty well. It's definitely a talent, or it's a skill, and it's one that I'm not that great at.
Yeah, it's a practice thing, you know.
I tend to like either draw just like a load of scribbles, and I'm like, that's the storyboard. I know what it. Or I just go like straight to the final one, and I'm like, okay, like now there's no change, and I hope nobody needs any iterations to this.
When it's small, and it's just you, it's kind of like.
That's it. Yeah, really. I'd need, if I wanted to do professional practice, I'd be better at doing the storyboards.
Yeah. But Becky Prim was a good one. I'm trying to think if I can think of anything else that is really interesting or really cool. That's like worth watching.
I thought of one, but I can't remember the name. Maybe if I just type in keywords, it'll come up.
There you go.
Nah, that didn't work at all. Maybe if I use the word esoteric. Nope, it's just the same search. Damn it. God, that guy really got around, huh? It's the guy who did the Punch Forever. Popular artist.
I'm pretty sure he did porn.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever heard TRY talk about, but there was a stretch there where like realistically, he used to say, he's like, yeah, if you want to do animation, draw pornography, and that was kind of the gist of what he would always say. Because it was just like, yeah, it's like there's always a market for it. You know, like it's not usually controlled by any sort of corporate interest because they don't want to touch it. You know, you just.
Yeah, I haven't actually listened to Tiara talk a lot. I know they come onto the server a bit, right? But I don't think I'm ever there. But they seem to keep quite a low like public profile, so I don't really know much.
They haven't been around for a little bit. They've had a bunch of stuff going on. But I think that they didn't really need to worry as much about income for a while. So there was less drive to really worry about much of anything. But that was just something that TR always used to talk about. It's just like, yeah, pornography. Don't feel ashamed of it. Just make pornography, and you'll, as an artist, be in much better shape than if you hadn't done it. And I don't know. Speederoo is apparently, from what I hear, an example of such a such an observation bearing out to be true. It's probably not true universally. I imagine like if you're not actually able to draw good pornography, it would be more of a detriment to start doing it than not. Did you ever read Go-Go Bomango?
Go-Go Bomango?
Yeah, it was a webcomic.
I have not, no.
Oh yeah, well they were interesting because they were doing well for a while, but then they kind of like, I don't know, petered out and got into they like rebooted their comic and everything. But they went into completely unforgivable pornography, and that was like their thing, and that didn't work out for them so well. There are limits apparently.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but yeah, that's something to think about.
I mean, frankly, like, if it's like, because as a person who has been interested in trying to do art for a while, I've had people mention like that sort of thing quite like, oh, you should try to draw porn or whatever, right? And it's like, yeah, I understand that is an option, right?
Yeah, better.
I just kind of look at, yeah, but like, if I go into animation because I like storytelling, right? So it's kind of like, well, what kind of stories can you tell with that sort of stuff? It's like, all right, well, you can get people's rocks off. I don't know, like that's the story. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy there, but I've looked at it and I've been like, it feels a bit empty and it kind of feels like a cash grab. I don't know.
I don't think you could do it unless you actually enjoyed it, is the thing. It's like all the other stuff. It's like, all you got to do to make money in the animation scene is sell out to the algorithm. And I believe that you cannot do this stuff for any length of time. Like, you can maybe do it for a little while, but you cannot do it for like a career if you're not on some level interested in doing it. Like, you cannot do...
Yeah, 100% true, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So, even if you can say like a little bit, like, oh, maybe this would sell, like, maybe for a little bit it would, but like, could you do it for the rest of your life? It's like, probably no on that. Not unless you liked it. And that was the thing, the Go-Go Bomango guy, the one that I got into, when I say unforgivable pornography, what I mean is that he had like a very particular fetish. It wasn't like illegal or anything. It was just like, oh, okay. And yeah, it was just bizarre and difficult to relate to for a lot of people. So
I think for me, like, a part of it sort of comes with the like well, like it's the kind of childish, like, you are what you eat kind of thing, right? Like, you are what you do. If you're acting in a certain way, then that is who you are. And like, to me, I've been like particularly offended by that concept of me doing that sort of material, so I just avoid it.
You just got to rephrase. You're sexy, Carabelli.
It's just like I don't know. I'm kind of I do find.
I mean, yeah,
a lot of my opinions are a bit elitist sometimes, right? So like that is an elitist argument. I'm effectively saying like I'm not one of them. but I mean, I feel like, sometimes, especially for something that I actually enjoy doing, right? It's kind of like, well, I want to be proud of what I'm putting out. I guess. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be very proud of just drawing horses all the time. It's probably not that much to be proud of. But like,
nah, if you like horses and you're good at it, you should be proud of it.
I don't know if I'm good at it, but I like doing it.
I think you're pretty good at it. I feel like we enjoy the stuff that we've seen from you. For sure.
The issue that I have had is that I have at points, because I know these like professional animators, right? And I'm like, oh, okay. Like I'll try to do anime stuff. And I've tried to do it. God, I have tried. I mean, I have it on my portfolio, and some of it looks all right, in my opinion. But like, the problem is that unless I'm being kind of like, I'm in a team and we're doing it together and everything, I just don't really care about it, because I've always had a struggle getting into like human animations that way. Whereas with the horse stuff, because I started with like story making and stuff on things like film fiction, right? So I kind of have that implicit, like I spent a period of my childhood like making silly horsey fan fictions and reading them and stuff. So that's where my mind goes to, and then I'm kind of like, oh, I like drawing horses, like that's fun. So, and that was kind of where I developed with my art skills as well. So like I was tracing horses from the internet and then like went on from there. I would have liked to. It's like I've looked at some of the professional animators who went into anime, right? And at the age of like 14 and 13 and stuff, they were drawing anime people from animes that they liked. And I look at that and I'm like, at 13, I'd never seen an anime. I think I first saw an anime at like 19, and I thought it was alright. Like, I never really was like, wow, I wish I was that guy. I was like, nah, I really like the art style, but like, I don't like the story. Like, I've always been like that. So,
yeah. Yeah. Like I don't know. Like I say, I don't think you can ever really be anything besides kind of what you are. So if it, like, or not in a defeatist way, but I mean like if you like horses and you like drawing the horses, and you're really good at cartoon, like friendly cartoon type stuff.
I don't take it as a defeatist way. I think it's better to embrace like things like that. And the thing is that art, right? It's an emotional thing, right? It's an art. It is not like a logical thing. It's like you get attached to something and you go through with it, right? And that's why you're quite into your bureaucracy and your company is exploiting people and stuff. That's like, it's a thing that's really near and dear to your heart, right?
I have a lot of feelings about this.
Yeah, so yeah, like it's not rational is effectively the like where I'm trying to get with that. And therefore, like what I tried to do is I gave it a really good shot with the human stuff, because I was like, well, let's see if I could switch that over, and I just kind of couldn't, because it was always in the back of my head, like, oh yeah, I really like these songs, oh I really like talking with these people, and so on and so forth. So I just kind of went back to it, and I was just like, well, I might as well embrace it and just like draw horses more, because great example, right? The chap who did I watched a video recently, maybe it's absolute load of BS, I don't know, because it's YouTube, but they were talking about the person who made like Donald Duck cartoons, like comics, and apparently these were like the things that inspired like people later on. They were the first things that were given to like the guy who made Astro Boy or whatever, who started anime and all that. But like the guy who drew the Donald Duck cartoons in the comics just drew ducks, basically. He was called the Duck Man, in fact, to bring it around to a non-related name of a similar thing. Yeah. Double entendre. But yeah, so like I kind of think like, well, that's probably where his heart was. He just liked drawing the ducks. I don't know. I think that one can get good at doing one thing, and then that's probably good enough.
I mean,
it's a bit defeatist, but at the same time, I wouldn't mind embracing something, because that's fun too.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's defeatist necessarily. I like I say, I don't think that you can force yourself to be about a particular genre or style that's really not that you're not into. You can do that stuff on occasion. You can do it briefly, so you can kind of like move into it for a little bit and see how you feel. But I honestly don't think that you can, like, if you're just like, oh man, I love drawing ponies, I think it would be really hard to be like, and from now on I'm going to draw Transformers. Because you always, yeah.
The disconnect that I had, there is a guy who really liked drawing Transformers, by the way, drawing like mechs and stuff. So that guy, he's good at drawing mechs, and he likes them, and he like buys the mechs, like the what are they called? The
BattleTech. Yeah, he plays BattleTech.
No, he literally buy like the models. I forget what they're called. The models.
Yeah, BattleTech. That's BattleTech.
It's not a game though. It's like it's like.
He's got the gun. Okay, like the Gundam models.
Gundam, yeah, Gundam, yeah. He just puts those together. He just like that's kind of his like obsessive hobby, buying like a load of these Gundams and putting them in his room, I guess. So, I mean that's definitely not me. And then I've seen these discords where these people hang out, and it's like, oh yeah, look at this cool fight scene from like this anime show, and I don't know about you, but like, you know, like when they show like an anime fight scene and it's just like, this doesn't make any sense at all. Like, I don't know, he's got a sword the size of like 5 stories and he's like hitting someone over the head with it or something, and they go back, crash into the cliff, and then the blocks, the squares, they have a specific name for that, I forget what it's called, but the squares fall down and the rubble clears and everything, and he comes back and zooms back and flies in and punches the guy in the face and something. I don't know, whatever, I'm kind of describing every generic anime fight scene. I just don't find that appealing at all. I just look at that and it's like, this is unrealistic. I'm just like, looks good, I guess, like, but
You know, going to see. I kind of like the I like the mecha stuff. I've always thought that the mecha things are pretty cool. But I don't always like the. I don't always like the Gundam. Oh shoot!
I watched a Gundam and I thought it was alright. I maybe prefer the Gundam to like a Dragon Ball Z or something.
I think my shadow moved at some point, and that's not good. No. Yeah, it just like takes a jump on over here. I wonder why that happened.
Oh, here's a great example. I don't know if I think because you're in the States, so this should work. If I post this from Sakugabori into, where could I post it in? Billion Foul Garbage Barge, I guess.
Yeah.
So this is one of the things in like, this is like inspired animation scenes. And don't get me wrong, it looks fantastic, okay? Like, the moves and everything, they look great. But if I'm watching that, I'm just like, alright, what is this, like Dynasty Warriors? Like, I don't know. It's like, it just feels like the protagonist is just killing everybody and is the best. And it's like, okay, cool, I guess. Like, where's the story in that? Like, they're just incredibly powerful. Great.
The power fantasy is kind of it for some people with that stuff.
And it's like,
I mean, that's why you play Dynasty Warriors, right? To kill 2,000 men and then be like, wow, unbelievable skill. And you're like, I just mashed the X button for like the last 30 minutes. Thank you for noticing that.
I just don't find that compelling storytelling. I'm like, yeah, that's cool when you're like 10 or something, but like
It was cool when I was 18. It is still cool, sir. I will tell you.
Don't get me wrong, I like a bit of Dynasty Warriors. It's like trash entertainment, right? It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get the popcorn out, and I'm gonna kill like 10,000 people in the Battle of Chi or whatever it's called, Chi-Ho. But yeah, like to me, I'm like, if I was gonna, I look at that and I'm like, I mean, that is a really cool little shot with this like 20 seconds. It looks cool. I would watch that bit of the animation, but I don't think I'd watch anything else because I wouldn't be very compelled by it. Because I'd just be like, oh, okay, so every time that she fights, she's just going to win against everyone. Okay, well, what's the point? Like, why are we? What's the story? Like, there is no story. Like, she's always going to win. So, like, it's the over. Like,
I could be done now if my robots had no arms. I would just be finished. I'm ready.
Oh, yeah.
I'm ready. Yeah, the cord review. It was actually kind of funny because I got to the end of the. I was like on the back view, and I was like, and there we go. That's the whole thing. And then like I realized just before the stream ended, I was like, oh, the cord reviews. Dang it! I'm only like halfway done.
Wait, so what do you mean by the corner view? You mean this view right here?
Yeah, the quarter view is like, so you've got like straight on and then a little like a quarter turn and then straight to the right and then a quarter turn and then
yeah. Hey, if you're tired, you just pack it up for the night and then yeah.
Could work on something else, do sketches or something. I think I'm just tired of rigging for now. Rigging is, God, it's so thankless. You just like, well, I mean, it's very thankful in the fact that when you finally get to animating, you save so much time. But it is just like, normally it would be really quick to draw like an arm or like you do a sketch, then you fill it out, then you color it and everything. But not if you have to do it 100 times. And that's where the rig saves you, but...
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, we're almost done. I gotta power through. I'll get it done.
Fine if you get a job in animation, then do that forever. But if you do one type and try to get a job, won't happen. Every company at once, throw it their way. Not always the case. If you are well endowed with the skills of 2D FX, then people will want you for your amazing skill at doing this certain particular thing. I know a lady who has been in professional animation for 2D FX for 10 years, and she is known as the soup lady because she animates soup very well. Everybody wants her to draw soup.
For soup. That's what PBN is. Fire. He does fire. That's why they've got him in Ghost.
That's the one.
Yeah, he draws fire. He wants to do things besides fire occasionally. But he's the fire guy.
I think that was her kind of lament as well. It was like, I just want to do something other than soup, but everyone keeps...
just keep putting me on for soup.
She went on a rant for a bit. It was really funny. That was a Gobelin artist though. She's French. Yeah, don't meet many of those, but that's one thing that is interesting about the 2D animation world is that you get a lot of French animators who are really, really good because of Gobelin.
Bolt says, nobody complained when Megas XLR showed up. Nobody complained about Megas XLR because it was tongue-in-cheek about the whole genre. Like, you could be like, oh, how does Megas beat all the bad guys or whatever? But you'd be asking the wrong question. The question would have been, how does Coop get a girlfriend if they ever gave him one? How does a guy like Coop hook up with somebody? I think Jamie hooked up with an alien at one point in that show. I don't know if you've ever seen Megas Carabella. I don't know if that was out anywhere besides the States. I don't know. That would have been more
How do you spell it?
Megas, Megas XLR. It was the story about a gearhead gets a hold of basically like a mech from the future, like a Gundam from the future, and then instead of just like keeping it as a mech, he treats it like a souped up car project, and so he just puts like a car.
I have seen this before. I've seen this before. I don't remember anything about it.
Yeah, it was actually, some people really liked it, and except for the company that owned it. The company that owned it really didn't like it. So I thought it was great.
I do remember seeing this and thinking, wow, that looks cool. Go faster stripes, they look great. Oh my god. Yeah, no, I seem to remember these character designs. I must have only watched like 1 or 2 episodes, but it looks good.
Yeah, for a little while, I was really upset because I remember seeing the pilot, and I could swear that they like kidnapped a woman out of her bedroom in the pilot, as not as an actual scene, but like I think they were like, imagine what we could do with this. And I think that the joke that they did was like Jamie, the little skinny guy, imagines like kidnapping a woman out of her bedroom, and then Coop has the same fantasy, but he's like stealing a hot rod out of the woman's same bedroom. And that was the joke, and I was like, hee hee, that's funny. But then they cut that for the actual official release, so when they did the real episode, that joke was removed. And it bugged me for a while, because I was like, I could swear they kidnap a woman and then they kidnap a hot rod. I remember the joke. I think I eventually one day found the pilot.
French animation? Is Mega XLR French animation?
Oh, I don't know if it was about the French. That might have been in reference to just saying like, giant robots aren't cool. But the whole premise of Megas XLR is that giant robots are cool, actually.
There were a couple of French animation projects that were, or series that were on our thing, but they were like with American accents and everything. No, I think it's American. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, Megas felt like a very American show. I mean, it was all about like, I love hamburger and hot rod.
Yeah.
And big robot smash. But there was like a lot of wrestling references and things like that. It's very American culture.
Yeah, if I was in America growing up and watching that is exactly what I would be wanting to watch. A big bloody mech with go faster stripes eating hamburgers and going to, I don't know, car rallies. It'd be great. Oh my gosh, fantastic.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that he like battles the Power Rangers at one point.
Oh my god, that's great. That sounds amazing.
Yeah, it was like a fun episode. I can't remember exactly why he battles them, but I think it's because they come to stop him because they're like, your reign of terror is over, because he's always caused like a lot of collateral damage, and he's like, I'm not the bad guy, and so he beats him up, and then he realizes that he has beaten up the heroes. They're like an intergalactic peacekeeping force. And then the bad guy's like, haha, you finally killed him. Now I'm going to blow up the world. But I know that he like yanks their robot apart and then like forces it onto, like he like wears them like boots. And it like powers him up.
Yeah, this looks great. I'm just, there's like I was just looking at like clips of it. It's fantastic. If you're a kid, and particularly if you're American and you're watching this, like that's like fantastic.
Yeah. But the company that owned the show did not agree, and they did not run it for very long.
Yeah, that's probably why I also did not. I can only remember maybe watching 1 or 2 episodes.
Yeah, I think it only had like 1 season.
It's worth every second.
It was a good, yeah, one good season.
Yeah, I imagine there's a list of early 2000s and maybe even going into the going into the 2010s of animated series that I watched. There were quite a few on, and there were some really, really good ones. There were some not so good ones. Yeah, no, I think there was a really good variation of going with that. And then you also kind of had like it was called Boomerang in the UK.
We had that too.
Yeah, where you had like the Looney Tunes and you had the Tom and Jerry show and all that sort of stuff. It's like, it's nice. It's nice. Had a really good mix of stuff. I'm surprised that I didn't get into animation earlier, frankly, because especially like the Looney Tunes, like they're so good, like so good.
Well, you know what's funny? Looney Tunes is actually based on like old Italian plays. And,
I did not know that, but
yeah.
that makes that I don't know if that makes sense to me, but go on, because that's interesting. There's some interesting things about old Italian plays.
Yeah, there was I found that out. I think on once in school we had to read this play called Little Pony or the Fox, and they have an entire Looney Tunes bit where like there's this guy and he's a spy for like another country, and he's like telling everyone because he's just like very proud of it. He's like, oh yes, I'm a spy for Vienna or something like that, and he's just like lets everybody know. And then, like, his friends are all like, yeah, sure, whatever. But then, like, a police officer comes, or somebody comes by, and he's like, oh no, it must be the police. They must have been on to me, but how could they have found out? And they're like, oh, I don't know, but you better go hide in that turtle shell. And it's the Bugs Bunny bit where they, like, drag him up and down the stairs and, like, push him around everywhere. Like, you know, like, where you've got, like, Bugs, like, puts a criminal in the steamer trunk, and they just, like, throw him around. Yeah. So it's just like they just torture him while he's in this like this big tortoise shell that he had as a decoration in his house, and they like kick him around, throw him around, and that's where Bugs Bunny gets the inspiration from. Is from like old Italian plays where that type of thing apparently happened all the time, and that was just a common bit that they did stuff like that.
That's very cool. Looney Tunes is really top tier 2D TV animation, at least. So it's fascinating to know that they had some origins for it. They were doing it very quickly. That's what I've learned about it. They were doing those animations in times that one cannot conceive of. With a very small team. And they also had a production company that did not really like them very much.
Paul says it might have been medieval. I was told it was Italian, but it could just have been like Bradley, the medieval, comedy.
Typically, plays which are medieval do come from Italy, so it wouldn't be a crazy guess, I think. Sort of like the hotbed of culture, right? But yeah, no, that would make sense. Well, I've learned something today about Looney Tunes. I'll have to check that out. I don't know. I have to go and watch some old Italian plays, you know. Try them out. See if they hold up to the animated sequel, you know.
All I know is Volponi or the fox is the only one that I know.
In the UK, there is a tradition of puppets kind of like beating each other up in a stage, and it's called Punch and Judy, and that also comes from an Italian play. And that is a medieval tradition that was brought over from Italy in, I think, like the 1700s or something. So yeah, there's a couple of situations, maybe more than a couple, where you get these things from sort of almost medieval origins. That's my history side going in there. Yeah. Any kind of like weird, obscure thing about history, I'm all for it.
I'm almost done. Thing is, it's like, do I have anything that I could use to kind of cheat this arm? I don't really. The back one I could. I mean, the back one I'll just do the drill, but, you know, going the other way.
It'll be fine.
It'll be fine. I mean, it's, you know, you can't, you can barely see it, actually. It's like probably gonna be mostly hidden.
Actual image itself will be tiny anyway, right?
Yeah, it will be. It's super tiny. That's why I haven't been worried about, like, at one point I noticed, like, oh, the ball joint on the foot is too small. And I didn't fix it because it's going to be like a pixel wide anyway. So.
Such a perfectionist. You even put highlights on it. Like, no one's going to see those highlights, surely.
They probably won't. I mean, I think they're somewhat visible from the game. Can see. Yeah, you can do close-ups, and so you can do portraits is the thing.
Okay.
They're also a bit bigger. I think it's like 100 by 100 resolution. Because it'll be like twice the size in the battle screens.
Right.
Yeah, so you can make it out there. Like we got. So see, you can make out the details a little better in the battle screen, especially if you blow up the screen a little bit.
Oh yeah.
I got in there and I trimmed out some of the. It had like a battle log where every time it did something, it would like pause for like a quarter of a second and show like you hit the enemy, you did damage, and I realized that was adding up to like. Honestly, kind of a lot of time. It's make everything much faster if we don't do that. So
that's good. Yeah, get rid of unnecessary stuff.
Yes, it's much better this way.
Unless if you wanted to spend like hours putting a load of descriptive text of like fighting. But that would be a lot more work.
Could just drag it way out and be like, okay, so looks great. Thank you, Talkie. Yeah, if you want, I can show off the. Haven't made any progress since the last time I pulled this up. I guess the save screen also hasn't blown up pretty big, but this is about the size that they are normally. So you can only just barely make out, like the shadow has more of an impact than the highlights. But then we take the portrait, which is the same sprite blown up because it's all vectors.
Yep.
And the save screen, same deal. So you get to see some of that.
Yeah. Oh my god, there's a second scene.
There's a...
Third
Yep.
scene.
Yeah, well, we got
even got a title.
works.
There's a tree. That looks like a nice tree. How do you find the tree streams? I don't know. I didn't watch those.
Yeah, we got trees, fences. The fence was a nightmare. The fence had quirks to it that I wasn't aware of. Like RPG Maker was like, this is how fences have to be, and like I drew a fence, and it was fine, and then it was like, oh, you messed up the fence. Here, let me move everything so that it's correct, and then it just like wrecked the fence. I had to figure out. We got a frog slide. I got to do an animation of the robot going down the frog slide.
Oh
Frog
my
slide's a
god,
big
the
deal.
frog slide. That's fantastic.
Yeah, if you get behind it, I gotta animate so you can go down it. I would have to do something special to get you going on the merry-go-round, but my son came home, and he was just like, can we play on the playground? Can you do that in the game? And I'm like, oh...
That's true.
Not
He's
yet.
got a great idea.
Yeah, and it's like, not yet, but I at least on the frog slide, I gotta get that. Thinking about going back for the merry-go-round.
Could you make it really cheap for the merry-go-round and just like have your icon just there, but it's just spinning around?
Just the icon spinning. I mean, I would need to make a
like the
little
merry-go-round spinning, but like you're just standing kind of still, but like you're kind of moving with it.
Yeah, I could, but the problem is that it's so like the center of the merry-go-round is in the middle of the screen there, or is in like a corner.
Yeah.
So here's the trick: is you can only set the sprites like in a box, but this is like because it's a tile set, I just have it like, okay, it's this big, and then I put the thing, so it's like
right.
Yeah. So the sprite, I would have to relocate it a little bit, and then just turn this into like an animated sprite. And then if I did that, it actually would be fairly easy because I just have to have the robot hop on and then ride the sprite, then you have it hop off.
Yeah, you make like a fixed animation for it.
Yeah, but I'd have to remove this and then you put the sprite in an instant.
In theory, in the fixed animation, you could just have him basically doing the thing that he would be doing, like without it. Like you can just stand still. You don't have to make any new different animations or anything, positions for him, and then the merry-go-round just like spins around with him on it in proper location.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of ways I could do it, but I think the sprite would probably be the Vol points out that if I do one animation going down the slide, I have to introduce slides later on in the game.
That would be a really good idea, because then it would be preparing you for the slides in the later parts of the game.
It's like a slide mini game.
That's not a bad idea. I like that. It's good. Yeah, like your model for the character is obviously the most like complicated bit of it, right? So you don't really want to like have to draw it multiple times from different angles or anything.
Yeah. Mini games in RPG Maker is also a little bit tricky because you're kind of confined. You either have to go into it and use JavaScript to fix it up, or you can use what they have. And so, for example, one thing I might be able to do is I think I could do like I could set up like a moving parallax screen. So you would so if you're like going down a slide, for example, you would just have like the background be moving.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, and the character would essentially just be like free moving wherever you give them boundaries to move to. But it's not a great game for like precision movement. I will say it very much kind of wants to stick to the grid. So I don't know how much I would want to do stuff like that. I haven't thought a lot about like what kind of little mini games I want to add. Like dialogue, I can do, and then mini games. Mini games are harder because, especially in the RPG Maker engine, because you gotta either program them or you have to cooperate with what RPG Maker's got for you. I'm really used to like the switch puzzles and the box puzzles and things like that. There was a game I played. Someone's asked me like, what's my favorite RPG Maker game? I really liked one called Corporal Buggy Bear, and one of it was they had an entire like area, and what it was it was like a temple of puzzles, and it was this guy who was like, oh, I'm a brilliant game maker. I love to make games and puzzles. And he won't let you leave until you like lose the game. But his puzzles are not very good. They're all like the switch puzzles and box pushing puzzles and things like that. And he progressively gets like more and more angry as you solve all the puzzles until eventually he's just like, you have to solve all the puzzles in the temple within 15 minutes. And like a lot of the puzzles, they're like the most unfair RPG Maker puzzles that you ever see, where it's like there's too many switches, you cannot possibly trial and error through them, and there's like no hint to solve it, and or it's like the one where you're like walking through a room and the floor falls out, and there's no indication like where does the floor fall out and where is a good floor, and it's so like you get like done with a couple of the puzzles, but you don't finish them, and then after you lose, he feels better. And he takes you to the gift shop and he lets you like browse for a little while. He like offers to sell you T-shirts if you have enough money to buy them, and then you leave. And that's how you solve that little section of the game.
Oh, that's one section of the game.
Yeah.
Good guy.
Yeah. The rest of it was kind of like fun little clever puzzles. I guess he has like one where like a giant squid is chasing you around. You have to try to like lead it over spikes and then pull the lever so the spikes hit it. The game had no combat. It was all just puzzles.
Huh.
My favorite joke.
Oh god.
I was gonna say my favorite joke from the game was that they used only RPG Maker assets, and then at one point, like the biggest, most dramatic battle. Like they don't have a lot of battles, but they've got one, and it's just like nothing but a cutscene. Where you get dropped into a room, like someone's like, that's it, you're gonna be sorry, and then they just like drop you into an empty room, except there's a piano. And like, everyone's like, where are we? And then like your friend who's there with you, he turns and he's like, oh no, Buggy, don't move. That's like and he like describes what kind of piano. He's like, that's a Yamaha grand piano. You're not like, and he's he describes it. He like gives it all the specs, and he's like, it weighs 300 pounds. It weighs like 7 tons and something or else, and he just like describes it all. And then Buggy's like, I'm not afraid of a piano, and it becomes like a whole fight scene where like the piano is like flying through the air and like trying to land on you, and like Buggy grabs it. They have the characters spin around. He's doing like a hammer throw. I think he like chucks it out the window. This is how he finally defeats it.
What did you say it was? Corporal something or other?
Corporal Buggy Bear. This was years ago I found this. I don't know if you could still find it. But if it's still out there, it was like an old... Oh, it's on RPGmaker.net.
Yeah,
this is my connection's not private. Oh, it's on Steam?
It's not on Steam.
Not on Steam? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's like an old... It was before Steam was really a thing.
Ah.
Yeah. So, yeah. Oh, I forgot that they had this cheap. Like this is their title screen for Corporal Buggy Bear. He's just in.
Oh my god, this looks great! Oh my god, I love that.
Yeah, what? It was not taking itself too seriously.
That's fantastic. Yes.
Yeah, it was fun.
I like things which have these kinds of menu screens, because you know that they're just having a bit of a laugh,
Yeah. They had a website at one point. You could buy a Corporal Buggy Bear Hates You t-shirt, which was just the RPG Maker sprite on a t-shirt, and it just says Corporal Buggy Bear Hates You.
Amazing. I've played one RPG Maker game. It's called Amahalu and Dreamland. It's one of those weird esoteric games. I think it's a puzzle game. I don't think there's any fighting in it. It was alright. It was like a mystery detective kind of game. I don't know. It's kind of cool. Yeah, Corporal Buggy Bear looked great.
Corporal Buggy Bear was fun.
I'll have to
yeah.
try around. I'll have to play around with RPG Maker or something. Have to.
Oh, here's the guy. There's the puzzle guy. This is the gift shop. Can you resist our fanciful and broad selection of official Gauntlet merchandise? It was the final puzzle. Was can you resist the merchandise? You basically have no money throughout the game, so you kind of have to go out of your way. I think because you're encouraged to spend all of your money on crap to give to a demon woman that one of the characters had fallen in love with. So by that point in the game, usually you had no cash to buy the t-shirts with. And the t-shirts didn't do anything. You could just put them on if you wanted.
Great.
Yeah. But anyway, though, yes, it is 3:30. It's the time to end. I'll put the arms on him later. He's really just got to get the one arm on him. Maybe I'll do it tonight.
Yeah, fine. Yeah.
Just gotta give it a little rest and come back to it. Yeah. But anyway, though.
I'll see you around.
See you later. Yep. See you later, stream. Thanks for joining me. We'll do it again tomorrow.
Bye.